Translator born to be. The next day, Crouching Dragon Mountain was completely sealed off. It had its own special formation that, when activated, isolated it from the rest of the world. Unless someone used the Xuanhuan Tower, no one could enter or disturb them. Long Chen had gathered the entire Dragonblood Legion. After a night of rest, he was much more refreshed. This time, I obtained quite a few good things in a mysterious place. It will take you some time to digest them all. Long Chen took out a Blood Essence Stone and a Blood Soul Stone. The terrifying blood chi and spiritual strength that came out of them caused people to jump in shock. This is a Blood Essence Stone and a Blood Soul Stone. They can completely transform your bodies and souls, tempering them so that your yuan spirits grow stronger and your bodies become more terrifying than magical beasts. Based on my tests, using the Blood Essence Stone's energy to temper the body will have amazing effects, but the pain involved isn't something a normal person can endure. That's why I will first give everyone a demonstration. Long Chen transformed into a ray of light that shot through the Dragonblood Legion, dragging out a quivering Xuanhuan who had been hiding in the back like a chicken. Boss, I don't need that power. I'm just a forger. Don't waste the resources on me. Give my place to Gu Yang. Don't worry, there's enough energy for everyone. Xuanhuan, remember, what supports your showing off is always bitter training. The suffering you go through today will become your bragging tomorrow. You'll thank me in the future. After saying that, he didn't give Xuanhuan any chance to beg for mercy. He clapped a hand on Xuanhuan's back, and Thunder Force immediately paralyzed Xuanhuan. His arms stretched out involuntarily like a wooden puppet, and he received the Blood Essence Stone. Everyone, pay attention. Use your soul to guide one drop of blood out of the center of your palm and brand it with your spiritual mark. Remember, you must only use one drop, no more. Use that drop to form a bridge with the Blood Essence Stone and slowly draw in its energy. Long Chen used Xuanhuan as a demonstration as he pulled out a drop of Xuanhuan's blood from his palm. Xuanhuan's spiritual mark was placed on it, and then it slowly pressed against the Blood Essence Stone. Boom! The instant Xuanhuan's palm touched the Blood Essence Stone, his sleeve exploded and his skin split apart. Even the skin on his face split open, shocking everyone. The Blood Essence Stone was like a volcano, while Xuanhuan was a tiny little opening for it to erupt out of. Only a trace of its energy flowed out, but that little trace was enough to destroy mountains. If Long Chen wasn't supporting him, Xuanhuan's current body would have already exploded. Guttural sounds were coming from Xuanhuan's mouth, but he couldn't open his mouth, nor could he speak clearly. Don't talk. If you open your mouth, all your energy will try to rush there and your body will explode. Even the Patriarch wouldn't be able to save you then. Either you endure or you die. Long Chen knew that Xuanhuan wanted to beg for mercy, but Long Chen didn't give him any chance. Xuanhuan was currently an Empyrean. His talent had been upgraded to be very amazing with limitless potential. However, Xuanhuan was too lazy. Even with such amazing talent and potential, he wasted it. Without forcing him, he wouldn't cultivate. Everyone watch carefully. Only once Long Chen said this did everyone recover from their shock and carefully examine Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was covered in blood and looked like a mess. It was a frightening scene, but they then saw an even more shocking thing. Xuanhuan's blood was constantly surging, with faint bubbles appearing in it. Xuanhuan had fainted from the pain, but with Long Chen's spiritual strength surging through him, Long Chen forced Xuanhuan's mind to still be wide awake. He had to make Xuanhuan remember this process. Only then could Xuanhuan have complete control of his body. The price of Xuanhuan's laziness had to be repaid. Xuanhuan had a feeling like death would be better than living now. It was a frighteningly painful torture. Long Chen pointed at Xuanhuan's injuries. The blood there was becoming thicker, and it was an extremely strange sight. This is the blood essence energy of the Blood Essence Stone. It has a strange ability. It can stimulate and refine your blood, expelling its impurities. It can also excavate the potential of your spirit blood. This process is very painful, but you have to endure. You can't faint. During this process, your nerves will form their own kind of memory, allowing you to control the power of bloodline better in the future. Boss Xuanhuan is frothing at the mouth, exclaimed a Dragonblood warrior. It's fine, he'll get used to it quickly. Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan firmly. This was just an instinctual reaction and nothing major. He had long since told Xuanhuan that there were no shortcuts to cultivation. If he was lazy now, it would be a debt he had to repay in the future. This debt was something that he would have to pay as long as he didn't die. However, Xuanhuan refused to believe him and always tried to think of some way to escape during his tribulations. With Long Chen keeping an eye on him, Xuanhuan hadn't had any chance to be lazy, but in the last tribulation, Long Chen hadn't been present. This little fellow had definitely played dead at that time, or there wouldn't be so many impurities in his spirit blood. It also wouldn't be so painful for him now. Boss Xuanhuan's blood is starting to glow. After an incense stick's worth of time, Xuanhuan's blood stopped flowing out. His blood vessels had already recovered, and what flowed inside them was now a richer red that had some faint luster to it. It was dazzling, and it emitted its own bursts of power. This is the power of spirit blood. I thought only the most ancient bloodlines can have such power, exclaimed a dragon blood warrior. Everyone had spirit blood and their own bloodline pressure. However, for most people, they were so weak that they might as well not exist. There were very few people capable of using their bloodline pressure to suppress other people's auras. Only people from extremely ancient and powerful inheritances could possess such power. Such figures were rare. Most geniuses used the pressure of their manifestations to suppress their opponents. By the soul transformation realm, there was practically no one who would use such a bloodline pressure. It was different from the pressure of the heavenly Taos. The pressure of a bloodline was even more direct and tyrannical. If the pressure was strong enough, then without even needing to do anything, you could cause your opponent's blood to explode inside them. After a while, Xuanhuan's injuries fully healed. Xuanhuan's body was now releasing a terrifying bloodline power that made everyone else's hearts shake. However, he was still twitching and frothing at the mouth. His eyes had rolled into the back of his head. It looked like he was having a seizure. Long Chen released Xuanhuan, allowing him to collapse on the ground. Gu Yang apologetically said, "Boss, it was my mistake. Last time I got soft-hearted and let Xuanhuan be lazy." Last time, they had undergone their collective tribulation in the spirit world. Gu Yang had controlled the tempo of the lightning. However, Xuanhuan's ability at acting dead was extremely skillful, and Gu Yang had thought that Xuanhuan had really reached his limit, so Gu Yang had let him faint. If Xuanhuan had endured longer during that tribulation, it wouldn't have been so painful on him today. It's all this little fellow's own fault. Toss him to the side. His debt can only be paid by himself. No one else can help him. Long Chen shook his head. A few dragon blood warriors carried Xuanhuan to the side. Even at this time, he couldn't be allowed to faint or it would leave behind a flaw. Just as they were carrying Xuanhuan away, he suddenly let out a furious roar. He grabbed one of them and slammed him onto the ground. That dragon blood warrior was taken by surprise and was knocked out. "Fuck, Boss Xuanhuan, have you gone insane?" The other dragon blood warriors cried out in shock. Xuanhuan's eyes were now scarlet like a rampaging beast. One of the dragon blood warriors grabbed onto Xuanhuan from behind, holding him tight. But he never expected Xuanhuan to have so much power that Xuanhuan easily broke his arms and knocked him flying. Xuanhuan's power was overflowing. "Some of you go test him out. Xuanhuan has gone crazy from the pain. Check how much his power has grown." Long Chen was very calm. He was just a bit surprised that even Xuanhuan, who had always possessed the weakest physical body, could instantly become this powerful. It had to be known that without his armor, Xuanhuan was the weakest existence within the entire Dragonblood Legion. Any random Dragonblood warrior could crush him. However, now even a dozen Dragonblood warriors couldn't knock him down. Those Dragonblood warriors were using their physical strength to try and hold him down, but Xuanhuan's power was like a magical beast's. His power had multiplied dozens of times. He was like a madman, randomly kicking and punching. He even bit one of the Dragonblood warriors on the butt, causing him to cry out in pain. This kind of crazy state was temporary and merely a result of the immense pain that he had been in. Long Chen knew that Xuanhuan would be fine once he had a chance to release his energy. However, it seemed the Dragonblood warriors holding him down would have to become victims. They were all shouting for help. Dozens of them formed a human pyramid, crushing Xuanhuan beneath them. Even then, they were unable to suppress him, so more piled on him. Eventually, Xuanhuan was unable to struggle and passed out. "Brother, your butt has suffered, but this sacrifice was worth it for Boss Xuanhuan." One of the squad leaders patted the poor Dragonblood warrior who had been bitten. Long Chen laughed. "You should thank your luck that you weren't lying on your back. Otherwise, hee." That Dragonblood warrior instantly shivered when he thought of that possibility. "Alright, so now you know the effect and how to use the Blood Essence Stone. Now Meng-Chi will teach you how to use the Blood Soul Stone. Pay attention. The Devil Abyss is about to erupt, so our time is limited. We have to do everything we can to get stronger, said Long Chen gravely. Chapter 1674, Arrogant Xuanhuan. Translator Born to Be. Boom! Gu Yang's arms deformed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood as he smashed into the ground. No, I'm done. Xuanhuan, this isn't exchanging pointers. You just wanted to torment me. Gu Yang put away his manifestation, and the runes around his body dimmed. Blood still dripped out of his mouth. He Gu Yang, now you can't torment me. I Xuanhuan am finally a real badass, ha ha ha. Xuanhuan was covered in golden armor. He was standing in the air waving two sabers. Long Chen, Xuanhuan, and Gu Yang had found a private place for Xuanhuan to test his new power. He had naturally chosen Gu Yang as an opponent. After the baptism of the blood essence stone, Xuanhuan was finally capable of unleashing the power an Empyrean should have. Then when he added on his armor, his power rose to a monstrous level. Gu Yang had used his full strength, but hadn't been able to receive even 3 of Xuanhuan's attacks. A typical case of a brat who forgets the pain after the scar fades. If it weren't for boss, I could definitely still crush you, said Gu Yang irritably. Before, even if Xuanhuan's killing power had been above Gu Yang, in a 1-against-1 fight, since Gu Yang knew Xuanhuan's tricks, he would still be able to beat Xuanhuan in his armor. However, now Xuanhuan's power had grown explosively, and Gu Yang was instantly beaten. Seeing Xuanhuan's petty and pleased appearance, Gu Yang was naturally irritated. Haha, that's because boss is wise and knew I lacked the daring of a brave fighter. My gratitude toward boss overflows like a torrential river, like the endless stars in the sky. Xuanhuan landed and removed his armor, smiling. His goosebump-praising flattery streamed out of his mouth. You don't need to be too thankful to me. The blood essence stone was just one part. When you absorb the blood soul stone, I'll make sure to help you out just like last time. Long Chen patted Xuanhuan on the shoulder. That expression seemed to say, I look favorably upon you. Boss, I'm just a forger. I don't need that much soul energy. I feel like I already have enough. Xuanhuan began to back up, but Long Chen grabbed him. Just look at how cowardly you are. What are you afraid of? The blood soul stone will allow you to recondense your Yuan spirit, and it will feel like you're advancing to spirit transformation again. I was just scaring you a bit. Anyway, getting back to business, can you turn this thing into a weapon? Long Chen took out a strange triangular blade. What is this? Xuanhuan jumped in shock. The ice-cold feeling from this blade almost froze his soul. This blade was something Long Chen had obtained in purgatory. It was the weapon of the Skinners. However, for some reason, after he brought it back, he found that their power had sharply dropped. They didn't have the same effect as in purgatory. He could touch it as much as he pleased without feeling the pain from back then. However, even if he could touch them, if it was stabbed into someone's body, then even if they were an Empyrean, they would stiffen. The strange energy within it caused incomparable pain and would make people lose their ability to react temporarily. Unfortunately, this triangular blade was too strange and almost looked like a carpenter's tool. The handle was a circular arc with 2 hooks. Let alone using this in battle, just holding it wrong would injure the user. This strange weapon could only be used by the Skinners with their strange arms. That was why Long Chen wanted to see if Xuanhuan could change it a bit. I can try. Xuanhuan's eyes immediately began to blaze with a fiery light. He summoned his forging table and activated the smelting tool. However, curiously, the triangular blade didn't change color no matter how he roasted it. Even after an hour, it was still ice cold. The 3 of them were all dumbfounded. Just what kind of material was this? After 6 hours, the triangular blade finally reddened from the heat. However, at the same time, strange black marks appeared on it. Xuanhuan carefully placed it on his forging table and tried to see if he could change its shape. His hammer smashed down and sparks flew. The blade instantly exploded into sharp fragments that shot out in every direction. Those sharp fragments instantly pierced Long Chen, Xuanhuan, and Gu Yang. Gu Yang let out a howl. The pain in his body was intense, but it was the pain in his soul that was unbearable. It was like countless needles were stabbing it. There was no way to express it with words. That pain was enough to kill someone. Long Chen also felt the pain, and his veins bulged as he forcibly resisted it. He formed a few hand seals, and those fragments were forced out of his body. He then slapped Xuanhuan in the back. Xuanhuan's body shook as those fragments were forced out of his body. As the closest one, he had been struck by the most. He had lost consciousness from the pain. Only once he forced the fragments out of Xuanhuan did Long Chen go to help Gu Yang. It was a whole hour before Xuanhuan woke up. Boss, I almost died there. What the hell is this thing? Xuanhuan was still shivering. Once those fragments had stabbed his body, he had been frozen, unable to move. He had felt like millions of blades were cutting his body and soul. That profound feeling of helplessness was truly horrifying. How could I know? The things found in the netherworld aren't even written in books. Fuck, it really is painful, said Long Chen hatefully. That feeling just now was truly terrible. No wonder the Skinner's victims would scream like that. This thing's too dangerous, and it also targets a person's will. Without strong enough willpower, a person would immediately submit to the pain and be unable to resist. Even now, Gu Yang was still pale, but it had to be said that his willpower was far stronger than Xuanhuan's. Even without Long Chen's help, Gu Yang had been able to force out the fragments. Boss, my parents taught me not to play with dangerous things. I feel like we should just give up on it. Xuanhuan had almost died, so he immediately turned coward, not daring to touch it again. Do you not feel like you're stupid right now? What are you so afraid of? Where's your armor? Demanded Long Chen. Oh right. Xuanhuan clapped his leg. He summoned his armor. This way, he wouldn't be injured at all by the blades. Suddenly, Gu Yang picked up a 2-inch fragment and stabbed his own palm. Gu Yang, you're crazy. Even if you can't beat me, you don't have to kill yourself, exclaimed Xuanhuan. Gu Yang slowly took out the fragment. Just one piece is that intense. I can endure it. We should distribute these fragments to the Dragon Blood warriors. They can use the pain to temper their will and reaction speed. It'll be useful in future battles. Long Chen nodded. That was a good idea. If a person's soul could resist this level of pain, then any attacks involving a spiritual aspect would be less effective on them. This was a good way to raise their resistance towards soul cultivators. If they could become completely immune to this kind of spiritual pain, it would be very difficult for anyone to affect their souls. Back then, the reason Shen Bijan could control so many people at once was because those so-called heavenly geniuses didn't have very great willpower. Just as Gu Yang and Long Chen were discussing the details of this plan, Xuanhuan's hammer smashed onto those fragments, causing them to explode again. Fuck! Gu Yang and Long Chen both cursed. This little brat was safe and now didn't care about them. They both dodged, but while Long Chen was fast enough, Gu Yang was a hair slower and stabbed in the leg. Boss Gu Yang, this is a kind of tempering. I know you can handle it. Xuanhuan was sorry, but he shamelessly made his tone one of encouragement. Xuanhuan, put down your hammer. Can you make this into a weapon or not? Asked Long Chen. I don't think I can. This thing is completely immune to my forging arts. No matter how I try it, it explodes. However, when it comes to conning others with it, it should be useful. I'll make them all explode and then add them to my bombs. Hee, that power should definitely be good. I can even add some of those pieces to my armor. Xuanhuan laughed excitedly. All right then, I'll leave these to you. Long Chen took out 6,000 of the 8,000 triangular blades and chains that he had in the primal chaos space, giving them to Xuanhuan. Boss, you have so many. Then I'll have to properly plan on what to do with them. Xuanhuan was both excited and startled to see so many of them. He loved strange oddities. These things aren't too important. Let me show you a diagram first. Remember, the space inside has to be extremely great, and the interior must be made of jade or ceramic. Long Chen took out a diagram he had come up with. Xuanhuan looked at it for a long time. He curiously said, Boss, why does this thing look so familiar? It looks like a spray bottle. That's right, it's a spray bottle. I just changed its form a bit. You don't need to care about it for now. Just build it according to my specifications. Remember, make sure there's enough space inside and enough spraying power, said Long Chen. All right, that's not difficult. I can make it very quickly. As for these treasures, are they really all mine to play with? Xuanhuan pointed to the blades and chains. Take them as your weapons. As long as you leave a few for Gu Yang's plan to temper the Dragon Blood warriors' souls and willpower, the rest are yours. Long Chen waved his hand, letting Xuanhuan get to work. He also had Gu Yang take charge of the Blood Soul Stones and Blood Essence Stones. After arranging that, Long Chen went into an underground cultivation room. He wanted to see how Li Qi and Song Minjuan were doing with absorbing the Earth Essence. Chapter 1675, Are There Really Gods? Translator, Born to Be. Crouching Dragon Mountain was a giant existence, but its interior was hollow and filled with special formations. The cultivation rooms built especially for the Dragon Blood Legion were located inside. They were all built using the best possible standards. It could be said that Li Tianxuan had spent a great deal of money and effort on the Dragon Blood Legion. Just the resources that had gone into Crouching Dragon Mountain were practically equal to what he had spent on every other disciple in the sect. Li Tianxuan did this to help Long Chen. Long Chen was doing his best to gather money to reconstruct the Xuanhuan Dao sect, so Li Tianxuan had to arrange the best for the Dragon Blood Legion so Long Chen didn't have to worry about things back home. This was also why Li Tianxuan had the Dragon Blood Legion be an independent entity. He kept Crouching Dragon Mountain secluded and didn't let disciples look around inside. Even if they knew how good things were inside, they would only feel envy or admiration, but Li Tianxuan's main goal was to maintain a sense of mystery. This was more favorable to Long Chen. A sect needed an idol-like figure to lead its people. That person not only needed to have immense combat power, but also great intelligence and a certain charisma that others couldn't resist. Long Chen checked off all those requirements, but he didn't like that feeling of being above others and being worshipped. Idols required a sense of mystery around them and needed to distance themselves from their worshippers. However, Long Chen didn't like to do that, so it was up to Li Tianxuan to think of ways to create that feeling. Sometimes it was just like this. Perhaps a person wouldn't be particularly strong, but by standing at a higher spot, others could only look up to them and naturally feel a sense of worship. This was also why the position of emperor always surpassed the ministers. It was a mental suggestion. Li Tianxuan's skill in controlling other people's hearts had easily achieved the pinnacle. That was why when Long Chen invited the other disciples to come to Crouching Dragon Mountain, they already felt that it was an immense honor. However, Li Tianxuan definitely wouldn't allow those disciples to see the cultivation regions the Dragon Blood Legion used. He gave those disciples more room to imagine the possibility. That was beneficial to the Dragon Blood Legion's mystique. At the core of Crouching Dragon Mountain was a huge space. This was the most lavish cultivation room in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. There were over 100 spirit-gathering formations, as well as others. Even Li Tianxuan's own seclusion room wasn't so extravagant. This cultivation room had been specially built for Long Chen. Li Tianxuan knew that Long Chen needed to both cultivate and refine pills, so this room was very large enough for Long Chen to mess around in. It was currently occupied by Li Qi and Song Minjuan. The earth essence was hanging up in the sky, divine light shining around it. Ripples were spreading out of it. When Long Chen arrived, he jumped in shock at the scene he saw. Li Qi and Song Minjuan were encased in a thick layer of dirt. They were like earthen statues, and they didn't have the slightest air of life. It was like they had already died. They've entered a quasi-death state, but while their bodies seem dead, their souls are growing increasingly powerful. This earth essence really is worthy of being the head of the 4 major essences in the Jade Lake sacred land. Fortunately, Li Qi and Song Minjuan are absorbing it together, or if it was just one of them, the amount of energy would probably make them explode, explained Meng Qi. Meng Qi was guarding this place to prevent any accidents from occurring during this process. Once those two come out, their combat power will probably even surpass mine. Long Chen nodded. The earth essence had been so powerful that it had destroyed Dai Long's attack. If the two of them could fully absorb its energy, they would definitely be reborn. If they joined hands, they could probably defeat the entire Dragon Blood Legion, with even Long Chen having to avoid them somewhat. You really do need to focus on upgrading yourself. Ever since the battle in the Grand Han, your cultivation base hasn't grown at all. Don't waste any more time. Don't slow down your own cultivation because of us. Meng Qi reached out and helped tidy Long Chen's robes. Her voice contained a slightly scolding tone. Long Chen's current cultivation base was too low. His combat power had also not advanced very much. It was all because he was spending so much time on the Dragon Blood Legion. Time spent honing a blade isn't a waste. As long as you all get stronger, I won't even need to personally do anything. I'll just shout, Xuanhuan, bite him, and everything will be handled, laughed Long Chen. Meng Qi immediately laughed, but she rebuked, don't be so mean to Xuanhuan. The whole biting someone's but last time has become a sore point for him. Even now, he's embarrassed whenever it's mentioned. So that little fellow also knows how to be embarrassed. That doesn't sound like his style. It seems he needs to keep thickening his skin. In the future, we'll just directly shout, everyone retreat and close the gates. Release Xuanhuan. HMPH, I'm being serious. It's not good to be so mean to Xuanhuan. Long Chen pulled Meng Qi out of the cultivation room. Li Qi and Song Minjuan had already entered a stable state and didn't need anyone looking after them. As they walked, he said, you don't understand that little fellow. Once he gets arrogant, his ego will get completely inflated. That's why occasionally giving him a blow is a must. Otherwise, no place in the martial heaven continent would be able to accept him. But after this, he will probably make a name for himself on the continent. I have to work hard too, or he might place his sights on me and want to beat me like he did Gu Yang. Long Chen couldn't help feeling emotional. Gu Ran's current physical body was only on the level of an ordinary Empyrean. It wasn't particularly outstanding, but when he wore his armor, his power was horrifying. Even Long Chen, if he didn't rely on a divine item, would only barely be able to suppress him with his full power. However, that was excluding that little fellow's sinister moves. Having given him so many of those blades and chains, it was unknown what kind of evil moves he would come up with. Long Chen no longer had any assurance of being able to put Gu Ran in his place. Although Gu Ran was his loyal follower and definitely wouldn't betray him, having to watch him show off all day was definitely unbearable, so he had to suppress him a bit while he could. Speaking of which, Xiefeng said that he doesn't want the blood essence stone or the blood soul stone. He refused no matter how I advised him. Do you want to talk to him? Asked Ming Qi. Everyone was currently undergoing the baptism of the blood essence stone, and then using the blood soul stone to condense their Yuan spirit a second time. Yue Xiefeng had refused both those opportunities. No need. Xiefeng walks a different path from us. Helping him would be harming him. He knows his own path much better than us, so there's no need for us to worry about him. But his physical body and spiritual strength are both lacking. Although his attacks are sharp, he has essentially zero defensive power. Only knowing how to attack and not defend is a fatal weakness. Long Chen smiled. That's why I said you don't know his path. Have you heard this saying in the secular world? The sword is a simple tool with a 3-foot blade, half-a-foot hilt, and a sheath that covers its entire edge. Why is that way? I actually don't know. When the sword is in motion, it represents its killing power. At that time, it has no need for defense. Its edge is something no one can block. Only when it is still can it be attacked. That's the most dangerous time for it, which is why it has its sheath. Yue Xiefeng is a sharp blade. He knows his strongest point is his offense, so he has abandoned his defense, making his offense unstoppable. As for defense, he has no need of it because you, and every last dragon blood warrior can be his sheath. Why would he need to waste his time on that? Explained Long Chen. Meng Qi nodded. Yue Xiefeng had sacrificed his defensive power to make his offensive power incomparably sharp. Within the same realm, all his enemies were killed with essentially one attack. In the Dragon Blood Legion, he was second only to Long Chen in terms of offensive power. However, raising his soul and physical strength is only beneficial. He could focus that power on his offense as well, couldn't he? Asked Meng Qi. It's because Yue Xiefeng is a sword cultivator. In his heart, there is only the sword, nothing else. That is his firm and fanatical conviction. He feels that as long as he comprehends the sword Tao, he can one day arrive above the heavenly Taos. In fact, I feel like he has achieved some kind of enlightenment, or his conviction wouldn't be so strong. What kind of enlightenment? I'm not sure, but I would guess it has something to do with the legendary sword god. Yue Xiefeng had finally returned from the heavenly sword gate, but his temperament had completely changed. There was a firm conviction in his eyes now that no one could shake. Perhaps Yue Xiefeng should now be called a sword fool, a sword fanatic. Are there really gods in this world? Asked Meng Qi. Perhaps there are, perhaps there are. Perhaps the term God is just a name. I once asked the same question of Senior Yun Shang. At that time, Senior Yun Shang only smiled faintly and didn't reply. However, I saw a touch of disdain in his smile or perhaps a kind of contempt. In any case, it doesn't seem like he has a high opinion of them. Long Chen sighed. Back then, he had managed to speak to one of the sovereigns that had once shaken the continent. However, Sovereign Yun Shang hadn't given him any useful information. Don't bother Xiefeng. No matter what happens, he's our trustworthy brother. He wants to walk the path of offense. In that case, we'll protect his path. Using offense as defense is also a kind of unstoppable Tao. Xiefeng will become our Dragon Blood Legion's strongest sword warrior. Long Chen smiled. Yu Ran's so happy that he's forgotten his name, while Gu Yang is using the blood essence stone to temper his body. He focuses on his bloodline and physical strength in the first place, so he'll become a real monster after this tempering. There's no need to say anything about Li Qi and Song Minjuan, who are also going to be monsters after absorbing the earth essence. Everyone's getting stronger, but you're still where you started. Aren't you afraid of getting thrown behind? I should warn you that Wan'er is quickly merging with the wind energy and rapidly improving each day. Be careful of her bullying you like you bullied her before. I definitely won't be helping you at that time, warned Meng Qi. Everyone's strength is my strength. Their improvement is my improvement. My greatest dream is to have a bunch of unstoppable fighters. By then, if someone gets cocky in front of me, I won't even have to do anything. I can just point and have them beaten to the point where their mothers wouldn't recognize them, laughed Long Chen. Seeing Ming Qi glaring at him, he hastily added, "It was a joke. Everyone's getting stronger, so I also have to go into seclusion. Furthermore, I have a very brazen idea. I'll give you all a pleasant surprise when the time comes." Chapter 1676, Celestial Lightning Body Blink. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen had a truly brazen thought. When he had subdued the black illusion dragon flame, he had thought of a certain diagram. That was a diagram he had almost forgotten about. Back in the Eastern Wasteland, he had entered the immemorial path and obtained the diagram. He had asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell, but it had refused to tell him too many details, saying that his cultivation base was too low. It merely said it was a kind of essence of one of the four major elements. Afterward, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had repaid Long Chen for his help and disappeared. The matter of the diagram was left forgotten and unsettled. However, when he had worked together with the Pill Fairy to subdue the black illusion dragon flame, he happened to glimpse a diagram on the ceiling of the underground palace. That diagram was somewhat similar to the diagram from the immemorial path. Regretfully, he hadn't had time to record it at that time. Shen Bijan had come, and then the palace had exploded. However, it had served as a reminder. He was now a soul transformation expert and no longer the same rookie as back then. If the Eastern Wasteland Bell refused to tell him, he could try to see if he could understand it himself. Long Chen found himself a private room. However, before entering seclusion, he moved the divine lightning he had swallowed during his tribulation into the primal chaos space. Lei Long had never managed to fully refine this divine lightning. However, after being suppressed for so long, the destructive will of the divine lightning had been erased, leaving behind its pure energy for Lei Long to absorb. Once the lightning was moved, his stomach was free to digest an ocean's worth of medicinal pills. Huo Long was busy refining the black illusion dragon flame's berserk energy, but Long Chen asked it to first help him refine some soul transformation pills. To raise his cultivation base, he would need a huge amount of medicinal pills. Suddenly, Long Chen thought of the Jade tablet he had obtained in the Jade Lake's sacred land around the time he had killed Wang Shan. He had yet to investigate it. Celestial Lightning Body Blink. It's actually a lightning attribute movement art. Long Chen was stunned. What was recorded in the Jade tablet was an extremely ancient lightning movement art. By summoning the power of heavenly lightning to form a lightning domain, you could freely blink anywhere inside with just a thought. There were basically no spatial or temporal limits. Damn, I've actually obtained a similar movement art as the human-shaped lightning right before the devil abyss erupts. Back when the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's infernal devil abyss had erupted, Long Chen had summoned his heavenly tribulation to block the tide. In the end, there was a certain human-shaped lightning that had appeared. Its speed had been incredible, and it was only thanks to a reminder from Li Tiangxuan that he had managed to defeat it. This movement art recorded in the Jade tablet might be a different method, but it had the same result. By filling the space around him with thunder force, he would arrange spiritual runes that could each be used as a tiny lightning transportation formation. In truth, this kind of ability wasn't speed-based. It depended on using a kind of spatial law. Previously, in order to raise his speed to its peak, he had come up with his own technique and called it the lightning flash step. He filled a space with thunder force, however. His technique relied on creating spatial faults and then charging through those openings to appear in a corresponding exit within a 3,000-meter area. Back in the Grand Han, he had used the lightning flash step to kill Sha Guangyan and Yi Qingquang. However, not only was the lightning flash step's range limited, but when he encountered true experts who were unleashing all their power would compact space and make any spatial faults he made unstable, so he couldn't use it. On the other hand, the celestial lightning body blink formed a network of spatial channels with lightning runes. It was like a giant web with runic nodes that he could freely move through. Seeing this technique, he finally understood why that human-shaped lightning had been so difficult to deal with. The wisdom of the ancients truly isn't something I can compare to. I didn't even think of such a method. I'm so stupid. Long Chen was filled with admiration and shame. He had racked his brain before, but had never thought of using lightning runes to form spatial channels to increase his speed. This celestial lightning body blink was like a light in the dark. It was like he was seeing a whole new sky. It was extremely enlightening to him. I really struck gold this time. That bastard Wang Shan, I suppose he did at least one good thing before dying. Long Chen couldn't help sighing emotionally. If it hadn't been for Wang Shan, he wouldn't have obtained this jade tablet. When it came to killing someone innocent to take their treasure, he really couldn't do it. The more he studied this technique, the greater his admiration for the creator grew. At the same time, he realized that creating any masterful magical art required being skilled in many different areas. This celestial lightning body blink, at the very least, involved changes in thunder force, cooperation with spiritual strength, comprehension of spatial magical arts, and the principles of establishing a formation. A magical art that had truly reached the pinnacle required endless revision, effort, and great intelligence. The celestial lightning body blink could only be used by lightning cultivators, and any other lightning cultivator would require a long time to train in it. However, Long Chen instantly mastered it due to his previous research into the lightning flash step. There were definite similarities between them, allowing him to learn it easier. Furthermore, his spiritual strength was so vast that he didn't need to slowly and carefully steady each part of it for fear of his spiritual strength running out midway, and having the magical art explode in his face like others. There was also one other aspect that made it so easy to learn, and that was that his thunder force came from Lei Long. Lei Long could help him control his thunder force. In truth, it would be Lei Long creating the lightning formation, and he just had to know how to use it. It could not be simpler for him. Long Chen handed the celestial lightning body blink to Lei Long and had it go study it. When the time came, he would just have to have his spiritual strength coordinate with it. This kind of lazy method was something that would make other lightning cultivators die of envy. It was practically as easy as eating a meal for Long Chen. After tossing the celestial lightning body blink to Lei Long, Long Chen took out that strange rune from the immemorial path. It was a strange octagonal diagram. 8 lines merged together in the center to form a central circle. There were also other thin lines coming out of the exterior and spinning around it, like waves of divine light. Before, Long Chen couldn't understand anything about it. However, now he felt his aura gathering just by looking at it. It's too bad my cultivation base was too low to understand this rune's meaning when I saw it back then. Now, just looking at this recording of it, it's much harder to understand its essence, sighed Long Chen. A ball of fire appeared in Long Chen's hand. Flame runes condensed together as Long Chen tried to imitate the design of the diagram. When it was done, he suddenly felt an invisible energy concentrating at the center. It was like streams of power were gathering together. Boom! The flame rune in his hand exploded, and its immense power made his hand shake. Long Chen was startled. He had just used the slightest trace of flame energy, but its explosive power had been so immense. The Eastern Wasteland Bell said that it was the will of one of the 4 major elements. It seems that the fire element, fire. Fire can burn down the heavens and the earth. It is berserk and merciless. Energy gathers within and then explodes outward. When condensed, it can refine the sky and the land. When scattered, it can destroy stars. Between the two is a cycle of energy. Gather energy to one point, and when the energy reaches its peak, release it in an instant to exterminate all life. Long Chen seemed to be sleep-talking as he faced this enlightenment. The flame rune once again condensed in his hand, but this time he was prepared and examined it closely. He found that when this rune was condensed, it formed a strange cycle. Without him needing to do anything, it seemed to possess its own life, absorbing energy from the air. 8 streams of energy gathered toward the central point. There were several bright spots at the center like the pistils of a flower, absorbing that energy. A portion of the energy then flowed down and out toward the edges once more, as if this one rune was its own flame world, a cycle of energy in constant motion. The first time he had summoned it, his energy hadn't been stable enough, causing it to lose its balance and explode. This time, he found the trick and maintained its stability. He carefully observed its motion. So, as soon as its form is born, it will naturally absorb flame energy to strengthen itself. Just what level of magical art is this? Or is it even a magical art? Long Chen suddenly found that even without him pouring in any energy, the rune simply floated in the sky and continued to grow larger and stronger. It was no wonder the Eastern Wasteland Bell had only told him that it represented one of the 4 major elements. Without a high enough realm, there was simply no way a person could understand it. Even Long Chen could only tell that the things he was saying were true. He didn't know the why or the how of it. Even at the soul transformation realm, with his immense control over other magical arts, he couldn't fully comprehend this rune. It seems to just be a profound law, not a magical art. However, it's even more precious than 100 or even 1,000 magical arts. As long as I can understand it, I will know how to circulate my flame energy in the best possible manner. Long Chen smiled. So this rune was even better than a magical art. If a magical art was like a precious medicinal ingredient, then this divine rune was the fertile soil from which amazing medicines could be grown. If he properly used this soil, it would benefit him endlessly. I should try to see if I can make my own magical art. Long Chen suddenly had a thought. He carefully examined the flame rune in his hand. Looking at the way it circulated, he poured in 8 streams of flame energy. The rune instantly transformed, taking on the shape of an 8-petaled lotus flower. Boom! However, as soon as this lotus flower appeared, it exploded. Long Chen's smile grew brighter. No, I was wrong. Perhaps this rune is the embryonic form of a magical art. Maybe I really can make a magical art that belongs solely to myself with it. Long Chen took a deep breath and concentrated. He began experimenting with the divine rune, testing what shape he could turn it into. Chapter 1677, World Annihilation Flame Lotus, Heavenly Manifestation. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen didn't view himself as particularly talented or as someone possessing the immense intellect of the ancient creators of magical arts. Those experts had been truly peerless when it came to intelligence, and they had come up with amazing techniques. Those who could create amazing magical arts were capable of founding their own sects and inheritances. However, in the long river of history, countless heavenly geniuses soared like shooting stars, but then also fell like shooting stars. The absolute majority of the supreme sects from those times had vanished after the Dark Era. No more sects on their level ever rose. That was due to the decline of this era. By this point, the current generation had been severed from the inheritances of the immortal era. It was impossible for someone to create similar magical arts on the same level. Long Chen knew that this was very difficult, and his chances were slim, but he still wanted to see if he could do it. After all, as long as he constantly consumed the pills that Huo long refined for him, he was still steadily increasing his cultivation base. He could focus on other things while digesting those pills, since he had the divine ability that Evil Moon had given him for his stomach. As he absorbed the medicinal pills, he also experimented with creating his own magical art based on the principles of the divine rune. His unwavering perseverance resulted in a notebook filled with notes after 3 days. Bang! The flame sphere in Long Chen's hand exploded again. Long Chen wrote down, Failure 798, reason for failure, unable to stabilize the core. After writing down this line, he sat on his butt. Although he had prepared himself from the start, failing so many times dispirited him. It really isn't a normal level of difficulty. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Before this, he had thought of countless possibilities for his magical art. However, after failing time and time again, the space for his imagination shrank. When he failed the last time, it was a big blow to him. Long Chen sighed. Maybe I'm aiming too high. Perhaps I should take things step by step. Originally, Long Chen had felt that using the divine rune's principles to blaze an alternate path would be possible. However, when he tried to summon a flame domain similar to the celestial lightning body blink, he found he was completely unable to stabilize the core of it. He was unable to summon a true domain. Although he had created a few simple magical arts, those were practically garbage. If he used them in combat, his enemies would laugh at him. Whatever, I should try building naturally on the divine rune instead. Long Chen took a deep breath. He spent an hour to make sure his heart was as calm as possible before he once more summoned the divine rune. This divine rune was like fertile soil. As long as he had a suitable seed, it would easily grow. Having this divine rune saved him a great deal of effort when it came to creating his own magical art. Despite that, it was still incredibly difficult. This divine rune was like the foundation of a skyscraper. Although the foundation was amazing, building a skyscraper was still very difficult. The most difficult thing was that if his building didn't match the foundation in the end, it would immediately explode. With the divine rune as the foundation, his greatest advantage was that his magical art wouldn't crumble in the middle of it. Success or failure would only be shown when it was fully built. However, where there were advantages, there were also disadvantages. If he didn't have this foundation, he would know if he failed right at the start. He could immediately give up and start again, which would save him time. Bang! Bang! Boom! Fuck! Explosive sounds rang out in the room along with Long Chen's cursing. After failing another 100 times, Even Long Chen was going crazy. There were some magical arts that he felt should definitely work in theory, but when they finally reached the final point, the divine rune formed a rejection toward them and collapsed. I refuse to believe this crap. I can definitely find an equilibrium. Long Chen's stubborn character flared. For now, he gave up on this kind of testing. Based on his understanding of the divine rune, he began to test how to stabilize the core of the magical art while still allowing all the divine rune's power to circulate throughout the magical art evenly. He wanted to make the divine rune and the magical art one entity that could not be separated and would not have any expulsion toward each other. Long Chen wrote down 19 plans at once. This time he confidently started his experiments. The result, all 19 failed. Fuck off. Long Chen destroyed a stone stool in rage. He felt like he was going crazy. In theory, it clearly worked, but when he actually tried it, it refused to balance itself. It was like after creating a water channel, a hole would suddenly appear when he poured water into it, and then the whole thing would explode. What infuriated Long Chen the most was that he wasn't even able to find the holes. Long Chen lay on the ground, looking at the roof of the room. There were dozens of pearls embedded into the ceiling, forming a lotus flower pattern. Their light was warm and comforting. Long Chen suddenly sat up and raised a hand. The flame rune reappeared in his hand, and a lotus flower grew out of it. It had 8 petals, each with a straight vein leading to the center. At the center was the core of the divine rune in the form of stamens. Looking at the flame lotus, his eyes began to shine. He increased its power. Boom! The entire room exploded, and Long Chen hacked up blood. His arm had been turned to pulp. This room had been built according to the standards of life-star experts, but even it was unable to endure the force of the explosion. Long Chen ignored his injuries. His arm instantly recovered, and he summoned the flame rune again. The flame lotus was reborn. A halo of fire appeared around the edge of the lotus, protecting it. As Long Chen circulated the divine rune, the fire halo began to spin faster and faster. As it spun, the petals grew brighter and the flower stamens had small whirlpools appear within them. The fire halo absorbed energy from the divine rune, sending it to the petals, which sent it to the stamens. The whirlpools inside the stamens then sent the energy to the divine rune below, forming an endless cycle. The flame lotus bloomed with light. Ha, finally success. Long Chen roared with laughter. Just now, he had grasped a spark of inspiration that allowed him to succeed with just one more failure. I'll call you the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. Long Chen was incredibly excited. This was a magical art unique to him. He had finally succeeded. Just as he shouted the name of the World Annihilation Flame Lotus, the eastern Xuanhuan region as a whole shook. 7 colored clouds filled the sky, dyeing the world in all its colors. Countless experts looked up in a panic. Everyone went out to take a look. Some people thought that the end of the world had come. Don't panic. These 7 colored clouds are an auspicious sign. It's a good thing, shouted some experts to relax others. The entire eastern Xuanhuan region was thrown into chaos. No one had ever seen such a manifestation. They activated photographic jades, but they were shocked to find that their photographic jades were unable to see the 7 colored clouds. Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, all the disciples were looking up in shock. The world had transformed into the colors of the rainbow. This kind of phenomenon was shocking. Everyone, don't panic. Based on the records, there are 3 conditions that can bring about the appearance of 7 colored clouds. The first is that our world's chi flow has reached a pinnacle, and so the heavens bestow an auspicious sign. The second is that a priceless treasure has appeared, one overflowing with karmic luck that brings about the appearance of 7 colored clouds. The third isn't too possible. Li Tianxuan's voice rang out in the sky, allaying people's fears. What is the third possibility? Disciple wishes to know. An Empyrean bowed respectfully. The third possibility is that someone managed to create a magical art capable of shaking heaven and earth. When that expert bestows a name to that magical art, if it obtains the recognition of heaven and earth, 7 colored clouds will appear as a confirmation of its existence and name. However, after the Dark Era, with the inheritance of the immortal era essentially severed, creating a magical art that can match the perfect divine arts of the immortal era is essentially impossible. So everyone should simply wait calmly. We'll wait for news from the other regions to see if this auspicious sign descended there as well, said Li Tianxuan. However, Li Tianxuan had just said this when the clouds suddenly scattered. The world returned to its normal appearance. Li Tianxuan was stunned. You hit your own face by saying this. You just said that the third possibility wasn't very likely, but the clouds already vanished. If the continent had truly been restored to its peak or a priceless treasure had appeared, the auspicious clouds wouldn't have appeared for such a short time, said the old patriarch who was facing Li Tianxuan in the Xuanhuan tower. Li Tianxuan reddened slightly. Suddenly, Li Tianxuan looked at a jade plate on his waist. The western, southern, northern, and central regions didn't have the 7-colored clouds appear. Only the eastern Xuan region had this manifestation. Did some peerless expert in the eastern Xuan region really give birth to such a shocking technique? You don't need to be curious. This peerless expert is from our Xuanhuan Dao sect. Just at this moment, the Xuanhuan tower's voice rang out, stunning Li Tianxuan and the patriarch. Long Chen, exclaimed Li Tianxuan and the patriarch. Yes, he just created a technique. Its power is definitely amazing. However, according to reason, it shouldn't have reached the level of gaining heaven and earth's approval. I don't know why it managed to summon the 7-colored clouds. The Xuanhuan tower's voice contained confusion as well. So it was him. Then there will be a good show to watch. A magical art created by Long Chen that was capable of forcing heaven and earth of giving it their approval. I look forward to seeing it. Li Tianxuan's eyes began to shine, and he looked in the direction of Crouching Dragon Mountain. Being able to bear witness to the rise of a heaven defier was also a kind of unrivaled honor. Chapter 1678, Working Hard at Excavating. Translator Born to Be. Looking at the flame lotus in his hand, Long Chen was so emotional that he almost cried. He really had succeeded. This world annihilation flame lotus was probably even a bit stronger than Starfall. It absolutely delighted him. Right now, he had only created the embryonic form of the world annihilation flame lotus. It would only continue to get stronger, and it would be easier to develop it. What Long Chen wanted to do was merge Starfall into the world annihilation flame lotus. There were 8 petals. He wanted to see if he could condense 8 starfalls on the petals. As for the stamens in the center, for now he didn't dare to touch them. Those stamens were the core of this magical art. If he merged Starfall with it, it would definitely have immense power. However, the core was the bridge connecting the energy. If there was a problem there, it would cause the entire thing to explode. Furthermore, there were 108 of those stamens, all connected. In other words, if he wanted to add Starfall there, he would have to condense 108 Starfalls to maintain the equilibrium. What kind of joke was that? If any of those 108 Starfalls exploded, Long Chen would be deader than dead. With his previous experience, Long Chen no longer dared to keep experimenting inside. He left the room and reappeared above ground. He found that Crouching Dragon Mountain was silent, and everyone was in their own private cultivation rooms. Regretfully, the Blood Essence Stone and Blood Soul Stone were useless on him, or he'd also use them to get stronger. He stealthily left Crouching Dragon Mountain. Saying goodbye to one of the guards, he left the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The current Xuanhuan Dao sect was no longer the old Xuanhuan Dao sect. If he wanted to leave, he had to use one of the 4 gates. The rest of it was covered in a barrier that didn't allow people to come or go. If someone tried to force their way in, it would activate the killing formation. The formation was connected to the Xuanhuan Tower, so its power was enough to instantly kill a Life Star expert holding a quasi-divine item. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was now like one solid iron piece. Outsiders couldn't possibly sneak their way in. As for the spies inside, if Li Tianxuan didn't give them a chance, they wouldn't be able to bring out any useful information either. Upon leaving the Xuanhuan Dao sect, Long Chen found a desolate place far away. He began to test his world annihilation flame lotus while consuming pills like his life depended on it. As Long Chen was experimenting with the world annihilation flame lotus, powerful undercurrents were surging within the continent. The atmosphere was growing tense and strange. First of all, Long Chen had gone to the Jade Lake sacred land and annihilated the southern Xuan region's elite disciples. That had included tens of thousands of experts and dozens of Empyreans. The name of the eastern Xuan region's demon king shook the continent once more. However, this time, countless voices rang out from the other regions. Those voices were of condemnation. Their goal was to force the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, Jianying, to stop protecting Long Chen. It was because Jianying was protecting Long Chen that he could so fearlessly and recklessly kill others. Although the Martial Heaven Alliance testified that Long Chen was a victim, that this was all Shen Bijan's trap, that Long Chen had been forced to act in self-defense, that didn't quell their rage. In their view, Long Chen had massacred tens of thousands to save 5 women. What was so valuable about their lives that other people's lives were nothing? Just as those voices of condemnation were like an unceasing tide, news came from the elusive music immortal palace. They refused to admit that Shen Bijan had set a trap to frame Long Chen. Instead, the palace master herself said that this was a matter between a young man and woman, a result of falling out of love and into hatred. Just look at Long Chen's wild character and how many women he had beside him. If it hadn't been Long Chen who had taken the initiative to provoke or tease Shen Bijan, there was no way Shen Bijan would have gone so crazy as to do something so wrong. That was why the palace master said that while she admitted that Shen Bijan had been in the wrong, not all the wrong lay with the elusive music immortal palace. At the very least, Long Chen and Shen Bijan should share the responsibility equally. The palace master even went further, saying that since Shen Bijan had made a mistake resulting in harming the southern Xuan region, the elusive music immortal palace would block the devil abyss's eruption in the southern Xuan region, even if they had to fight to their last disciple. The elusive music immortal palace's actions were greatly supported by the rest of the continent. People loudly shouted, "Look, the elusive music immortal palace has accepted their responsibility. Shen Bijan is already dead. Then shouldn't Long Chen be killed as well as an apology to all those fallen disciples?" Jianing had been furious when she went to the elusive music immortal palace, but she left even more infuriated. She hadn't expected the elusive music immortal palace to be so shameless as to split their responsibility with Long Chen equally. However, what infuriated her the most was the sudden announcement of the ancient family alliance. They said they were no longer allied with the martial heaven alliance, and they would no longer interfere in the battle between the righteous and corrupt paths. The reason they gave was that, as long as the demon king Long Chen didn't die, they would never be able to work together with the martial heaven alliance, since they couldn't accept being allied with someone who would stab their ally in the back. On the third day after the ancient family alliance announced they were breaking ties with the martial heaven continent, there were quite a few righteous sects who faced a bloodbath from the corrupt path. Some sects were directly destroyed. The righteous path sects were thrown into chaos. They presented a joint petition, begging Jianing to kill the black sheep Long Chen to quell everyone's anger and save the continent's peace and lives. Instead of placing this debt on the corrupt path, they placed it on Long Chen. As long as Long Chen wasn't here, these things wouldn't have happened. Some had already forgotten just how many of the righteous path sects had been massacred even before Long Chen was born. At the same time, Pill Valley, the ancient races, Xuan beasts, and even the Blood Hall came out in support of the ancient family alliance's actions. They pointed everyone's anger at Jianing and Long Chen. Some people even began to wildly fabricate false information, saying that Shen Bijan and Long Chen had long since known each other and that their relationship was complicated. It was Long Chen who had thrown Shen Bijan's heart into chaos, causing her to act so crazy. As people used their imagination to come up with the best stories to stoke people's rage, Shen Bijan actually transformed into the victim, while Long Chen became an irredeemable devil. Under this much pressure, anyone else would have caved, but Jianing stubbornly resisted. She even announced that Long Chen hadn't done anything wrong, and that if anyone dared to touch him, she would personally take their head. As the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, she was resolute and upright in character. She didn't surrender to pressure. It was because of this character that she had been elected as the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance. With Jianing stubbornly protecting Long Chen, but all the various large powers adding more pressure, the sects belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance began to sway. Some of them began considering whether they should elect a new leader. The Eastern Xuan region and Southern Xuan region's experts were especially tempted to elect a new leader. Their hatred for Long Chen was especially deep. However, even in those regions, those sects were but a fraction of the total. Even in the Southern Xuan region, they didn't number a quarter of all the sects. Jianing had led the Martial Heaven Alliance for so many years. She had always been fair and just and had countless supporters. Before taking her post, she had been exceptionally amazing in the battles between the righteous and corrupt paths. After taking her post, she led the righteous path to strike back, destroying countless strongholds of the corrupt path and forcing them to hide in their minor worlds. The young people had already forgotten about these things, but the older generation still remembered her heroism. Jianing's heroism had moved an entire generation of people. She had her own worshippers, and those people were either the leaders of their own sects or top elders with the greatest authority in their sects. So even as the pressure grew, these people didn't sway. In the northern, western, and central Xuan regions, the shouting was the most intense, but they were actually the most stable. It was only the people of the ancient family alliance who were shouting for her replacement. However, just that was unable to shake Jianying's position. Bang, the ground split open, and a cloaked man popped out. He had a five-colored bow on his back and an iron pick resting on his shoulder. He was covered in dust and emitting an air of death. He was like a zombie who had crawled out of a tomb. As for the place he had just popped out of, it was actually a giant tomb that had already collapsed. As for the man, he was patting the dust off his body as if he had just finished a day of hard work. He had a relaxed smile. Monayan, you're completely intolerable. Why are you constantly digging up tombs? Are you not afraid of facing divine retribution? There were thousands of experts surrounding the tomb. The one shouting was a life-star expert. This tomb clearly belonged to his family. The man lifted back his hood, revealing a portion of his face. It was a handsome face that still had a bit of baby fat. On its own, it was a nice and friendly face, but when that mischievous glint in his eyes was added, he no longer seemed like such a good person. This person was Monayan. Even after so many years, he didn't look like he had changed much. It was just his eyes that looked a bit wiser. His aura was very strange, though. It was constantly fluctuating, not letting people obtain an exact grasp of his current cultivation base. Divine retribution. Back when you betrayed my Mo family, you should have faced divine retribution, but aren't you still living happily? Monayan took out a wash basin and washed the dust off his face just like that. He switched into a new cloak, completely relaxed. It was like he felt that tearing down their ancestral tomb was helping them tear down the old to make room for the new. It was like he was saying there was no need to thank him. All right, I still have more to do, so I'll get going. Monayan put away the wash basin. Bastard, you think you can leave just like that? Roared a young expert. He blocked Monayan's path. Why wouldn't I? Are you asking me to stay for dinner? Asked Monayan indifferently. Bastard, that young expert raised his spear and his manifestation appeared behind him. Powerful pressure crashed down. He was actually a powerful Empyrean. Forget it. Life is so beautiful, why throw it away so easily? I really am too kind compared to Long Chen. Monayan shook his head. He ignored those people and walked away slowly. As for that young man, in the end, he didn't dare to attack. He just glared silently as Monayan left. Long Chen, just what are you planning? However, I have to thank you for relieving quite a bit of pressure on me. After a bit more excavating, I'll go find you. Monayan smiled. Pulling down his hood, he faded into the distance with his iron pick. Chapter 1679, Giving Face but Not Receiving Face. Translator, born to be. Month later, Long Chen finally came out of seclusion. During this month, he had eaten medicinal pills like they were food. It went without saying that the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability that Evil Moon had taught him was truly terrifying and worthy of being one of the strongest abilities of the dark evil dragon race. Long Chen's cultivation base had risen to the fourth heaven stage of soul transformation. The soul transformation realm focused on the Yuan spirit. At the same time as his Yuan spirit grew stronger, so did his spiritual Yuan. It was a kind of passive elevation, but considering that he had 4 Qi Cs, he had gained far more spiritual Yuan than others. The thing that delighted Long Chen the most, though, wasn't his cultivation base. It was that he had finally managed to merge the power of Star Fall with the World Annihilation Flame Lotus. However, the failure of the merger was too high, with only a 30% chance of success. He was still groping about for how to do it, but the general progression was going in a good direction. All he needed was more time to experiment. After all, to create a perfect magical art required numerous revisions. This 1 month of seclusion gave Long Chen immense confidence. He finally felt like he had the power to back himself up again. During this 1 month, he had elevated practically every part of his arsenal. His cultivation base had risen to the 4th heaven stage. He had developed his World Annihilation Flame Lotus, and Huo Long almost finished absorbing the power of the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. After absorbing the power of the Black Illusion Dragon Flame, Huo Long finally attained a level of power capable of refining the giant divine flame crystals from the Heaven Dragon Flame region. Other than the one he had used in the spirit world as bait, he hadn't managed to use any of them up. Huo Long's power hadn't been high enough to refine them, but now its power had risen to the point that it could. Once it finished absorbing divine flame crystal's energy, it would be even more terrifying than the Black Illusion Dragon Flame. As for Lei Long, its power had also risen, and it had finished devouring the divine lightning. Although completely refining that energy would still take some time, it already possessed some of the power of divine lightning. Finally, the old conner Evil Moon was no longer conning him. It had finished refining the purgatory evil dragon's energy and was able to help Long Chen fight. Evil Moon even promised to carry him to the greatest heights. In this 1 month, Long Chen had completely transformed. His combat power was completely different from when he had gone into seclusion. "Boss, you're finally out. Our Xuanhuan Dao sect is being drowned by other people's spit." Long Chen had just come out when Xuanhuan came running over angrily. "What's going on?" Long Chen was startled. "Fuck, it's those idiots of Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Xuan beasts. They're as arrogant as ever. Even senior gianting is being pressured immensely by them. All of them are encouraging the experts of the righteous path to impeach her," said Xuanhuan. "It's that serious. Let's walk and talk." Long Chen started walking while listening to Xuanhuan's explanation of what had been happening in the outside world. When he heard that the elusive music immortal palace was acting like a good person, taking the initiative to offer to hold the southern Chuan region's devil abyss while pushing the responsibility onto him, Long Chen's gaze turned cold. He understood Ziyan. She definitely wouldn't do something so shameless. In other words, this had to be the decision of the elusive music immortal palace's higher-ups. He hadn't expected them to be so shameless. He had had no enmity with Shen Bijan before she had hunted him down across regions. He knew this was definitely arranged by the elusive music immortal palace. Now that Shen Bijan died, they put all her sins on his head. That made him disappointed in the elusive music immortal palace, as well as angry. The elusive music immortal palace had pushed the responsibility onto Long Chen, and the ancient family alliance had capitalized on that. Under the banner of fighting for the innocent ancient family experts who had died to Long Chen, they demanded Long Chen be killed as vengeance for those disciples. Thus, they managed to point their spears at Long Chen while still standing on the moral high ground. With the elusive music immortal palace leading the way and the ancient family alliance working hand in hand with them, Pill Valley, the ancient races, and the Xuan beasts all came out, adding pressure on gianting. "I don't get it," the Pill Fairy saw everything. "Considering her relationship with you, why doesn't she say anything if she just, Xuanhuan, you really are foolish. The Pill Fairy might be my friend, but Pill Valley wants to destroy me. If you were her, would you help me or her father?" Long Chen shook his head. "I'd help you," declared Xuanhuan without hesitation. "Scram, you're not the Pill Fairy, so what's the point? Furthermore, even if she wanted to help me, it's her father's word that counts. She doesn't have the authority to speak. However, your words have reminded me. Maybe Ziyan is the same as the Pill Fairy, and neither have the freedom to do what they want to do," sighed Long Chen. "It's not just that. A bunch of so-called justice warriors have come from other regions under the signboard of eliminating a threat to society. They're constantly condemning you, saying you. Well, I'm not going to repeat their words because they're too infuriating. We haven't done anything to them, but 10 days ago, these idiots directly ran over to our Xuanhuan Dao sect to curse at us in front of our very gates. I really want to slaughter them all." Xuanhuan became angrier as he spoke. "That's a bit much. Did the Xuan master say anything?" "The Xuan master just said to ignore them and wait for you to come out of seclusion before doing anything. That's why I've been waiting for you every day." "Brat, you couldn't have just been waiting without doing anything, right? You have to raise your own power." Long Chen glared at Xuanhuan. "Of course I raised my power as high as I could. I've reached a bottleneck, and if I force my way through too quickly, it might not be a steady advancement. I'm worried about a heart devil." Xuanhuan hastily shook his head. "What heart devil? I bet you feel like you're already badass enough and want to go show off first. Fine, gather everyone. I'll test their power in a bit, but I'm going to have a chat with the Xuan master first. Since these people want to be so shameless, I'll just have to slap them in the face again." Long Chen went off to see Li Tianxuan. Upon finding him, he didn't say a word. He just took out 2 photographic jades. When Li Tianxuan saw the photographic jades, he jumped in shock. He had no idea how Long Chen had managed to do this. He had recorded everything that had happened back then without anyone being aware. It had to be known that activating photographic jades caused spatial fluctuations. They were fragile existences that could be broken by the slightest shockwave. In an intense battle, it was impossible to record anything with a photographic jade unless they were activated at an extreme distance. But at such distances, things were too blurry to recognize. Usually, It was only possible to estimate who was fighting based on their techniques. That was why most photographic jades weren't very valuable. Without being able to see the faces clearly, it was impossible to be sure who the person being recorded was. It was all too easy to make up a fake blurry recording. However, these two photographic jades of Long Chen's were shockingly clear. Each exchange in the battle was recorded clearly. It was completely unimaginable. Furthermore, he had also recorded how he had killed Dai Long's clone. Originally, I wasn't planning on revealing these. I didn't want to be too hard on the elusive music immortal palace or the ancient family alliance. However, since they refused to give me the same face, I have no need to give them face either. Tomorrow, I will go talk to Zheng Wenlong. I trust that these two photographic jades will spread throughout the entire martial heaven continent in just a few days. At that time, I want to see how the elusive music immortal palace explains its actions, and how the ancient family alliance explains how they abused their position. Dai Long hates me for destroying his clone, yet he came up with such a sanctimonious excuse and criticized the martial heaven alliance as if he was the virtuous one. It seems the last slap I gave him wasn't resounding enough. This time, I'll make sure it's a bit more vicious. I wonder if he'll still have the face to lead his alliance afterward. Due to Mo Nian, Long Chen hadn't planned on getting too close to the ancient family alliance. The one that infuriated him the most was the elusive music immortal palace. A so-called sacred land, one of the protectors of the marital heaven continent, an existence countless people looked up toward, was actually so vile. Long Chen was almost unable to believe it. The reason why he hadn't completely exposed Shen Bijan's sinister and malicious actions was because he didn't want to become mortal enemies with the elusive music immortal palace. Perhaps in his heart, he didn't wish to be enemies with Zai Yan and didn't want to make things hard on her. In the grand hand, she had held back. He knew that. In truth, even if she hadn't held back, all he would have needed was to use a bit of his divine lightning to kill her. However, he didn't think that Zai Yan knew that he had such a trump card. In that kind of scenario, she had still held back and left her life in his hands. At that time, his heart had ached because he had seen the look in her eyes. That expression was one of release. She had actually wished to die to his hands. At the same time as he had felt pain, he had vaguely felt a touch of shame. Even he didn't know why he would feel shame because he had never owed her anything. If he forced the argument, then he supposed the only thing was that he had failed to live up to her feelings. During that battle, he had ruthlessly rejected her feelings. He hadn't spread the photographic jade of Shen Bijan's actions because inside, he hoped this would make up for what he had done to Zai Yan. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that it was a way of comforting his own heart. However, since the elusive music immortal palace was so shameless, and this had even implicated Gajianying, he had no choice. If he still didn't strike back, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Alright, these two photographic jades of yours can definitely deal a mortal blow to the elusive music immortal palace and ancient family alliance. All the rumors will naturally be put to rest, praised Li Tianxuan. Since you have no objection, then I'll go do it. As for those people outside the gates, probed Long Chen. Do what you want, they can no longer do anything to us, Li Tianxuan smiled. Long Chen also smiled. He naturally knew what Li Tianxuan was thinking, as it was also what he was thinking. He left, going straight to the Xuanhuan Plaza. He loudly announced, "Brothers and sisters of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, everyone come out. Today I'll lead you out for some fun." Chapter 1680 Kill Them All. Translator Born to Be. There was a sea of people outside the Xuanhuan Dao sect's main gate. They were the genius disciples of the other regions. They had completely blocked the entrance, and any disciples or elders of the Xuanhuan Dao sect who needed to come or go were cursed by them. They said that the Martial Heaven Alliance was harboring a killer, while the Xuanhuan Dao sect itself was unable to distinguish right from wrong. Sooner or later, Long Chen would cause the Xuanhuan Dao sect's destruction. Some even said Li Tianxuan was muddle-headed and tyrannical, while Jianying appointed people due to favoritism. As for Long Chen, he was the black sheep of the entire righteous path. In the face of all that cursing, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's members were infuriated. These fellows were clearly being used by others to infuriate them. Right now, the continent's public opinion was controlled by Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Xuan beasts. If there was just one person saying something, then people wouldn't believe it. But if 1,000,000 people said it at the same time, then even if what they said was false, it would become true. Furthermore, did they only have 1,000,000 people? Not even 1 billion would be enough if you counted their members. They didn't give Long Chen any chance to retort, as they were drowning him with their spit. Even with Jianing testified that Long Chen was innocent. Regretfully, she was his senior. This kind of testimony was naturally lacking weight, especially with Pill Valley secretly controlling the majority of the Righteous Path's forces. Even if those righteous sects didn't dare to go against Jianing, they could still secretly support this public opinion without Jianing being able to punish them. In the face of all of that, Li Tianxuan had ordered the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples not to cause any trouble. If they couldn't handle that, then they could just stay inside. In any case, the Xuanhuan Dao sect had a grand formation protecting it, and it completely blocked their words. Li Tianxuan's patience encouraged those people even further, making them even more arrogant. Some of them even began turning their cursing into incredibly infuriating songs. Fuck, in the face of the corrupt path, they turn into little sheep, but they're better than anyone at internal fighting. How did the righteous path raise these kinds of idiots? Demanded one of the guards at the gate. Others couldn't hear these people's cursing, but the guards at the gate had to listen to it all day, making them feel like they would explode. Having to listen to their insults while not being allowed to strike back was a kind of torment. Ignore them. Once senior apprentice brother Long Chen and the others come out of seclusion, there'll be a good show to watch. They won't be here for much longer. I'm sure you know senior apprentice brother Long Chen's methods, laughed another disciple evilly. I really don't understand these people. Are they really idiots? Do they not realize how easily senior apprentice brother Long Chen could crush them? Another one of them shook his head. These people were nothing but a mob. Although there were a few Empyreans hidden amongst them, Long Chen was known to kill ordinary Empyreans like killing chickens. Just what were these people thinking? The majority of these people were hired to come here, while another portion has enmity with the Xuanhuan Dao sect or senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The remaining portion are the real idiots who were duped into coming here. The reason they were duped is due to their jealousy of him, said another disciple. Jealousy? What right do they have to be jealous? Snorted the previous disciple. These people didn't even have the qualifications to look at Long Chen, let alone be jealous of him. How could they not be jealous? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen managed to climb his way to the peak of heavenly geniuses without any master or powerful background. Well, he did that by risking his life time and time again. In any case, other than admiration, I don't feel anything else toward him. That's because we both came from normal backgrounds. But what about those fellows that are above others from birth, that have powerful families and amazing masters? Those fellows might be born with a divine item in hand, with their foundation being built while they were still a fetus in their mother's bellies. They were born with the best talent, the best cultivation environment, the best masters, but despite getting such a head start, senior apprentice brother Long Chen had already thrown them into the distance. Do you think they like it? Even if they can't beat him, do you think they'll pass up the chance to give him a bloody nose? Then they'll be paying a big price for that bloody nose. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is no peaceful Buddha. Just as the disciples guarding the gates were discussing things quietly, the gates slowly opened, causing them to jump in shock. It had to be known that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's members also came and went from the smaller side door beside the main gate. This was the first time the actual main gates were opened since the reconstruction of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The huge gates slowly opened, revealing Long Chen, the Dragon Blood warriors, as well as the other elite disciples of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Those experts hurling abuse against the gates instantly fell silent. These hundreds of thousands of experts went quiet like a blade had severed their throats. Long Chen's name and fame had already spread throughout the martial heaven continent. When they actually saw him, they felt a chill. Looking at him was like looking at a death god. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, those guards hastily bowed. It's been hard on you. Long Chen knew that they had had to endure a great deal during this time. He coldly looked at the crowd. There are many kinds of death, and the most annoying one is when the person dying has to irritate you right before death. However, I Long Chen am already used to it, and I'm not picky about who I kill. As long as someone wishes to be killed, I won't let them down. I'll give you all 1 incense stick's worth of time. If you don't want to die, then scram. After an incense stick's worth of time, anyone within 100,000 miles of the Xuanhuan Dao sect will be killed to the last. Long Chen took out an incense stick. It was a completely ordinary stick of incense, and he jabbed it onto the staircase and lit it. Long Chen's arrival shocked all these experts. Those people that had been cursing so eloquently had their mouths clamped tight. The guards looked at them disdainfully. Weren't these people so arrogant just now? But as soon as they saw senior apprentice brother Long Chen, they became mute. Long Chen, so you still have the face to come out. If I were you, I'd have long since killed myself out of shame. You slaughtered countless innocents. You're even worse than a devil. How dare you stay in the righteous path? Shouted a rank 9 celestial. Although he shouted loudly, his voice was clearly quivering, showing his nervousness. There were quite a few syllables that he stumbled upon. Xuanhuan snorted and raised his hand, but he was stopped by Long Chen. He looked at the disciple who was hiding behind others and holding a talisman tightly. He shook his head. Clearly, this person was one of the leaders. He wanted to provoke everyone's hatred. If Xuanhuan really attacked, he would immediately flee using that talisman in his hand. A talisman is unable to protect your life. At most, it can make you feel a bit more secure, but that feeling of safety will be what makes you lose your life, said Long Chen indifferently. Laughable, since I came here, I never thought about leaving alive. Do you think others are as afraid of death as you? Do you think everyone else is the same as you and tramples over other people's lives just for their own? Let me tell you, this is a blood explosion talisman, a trump card I prepared for fighting you to the death. Even if I can't beat you, I'll show you what's called righteousness. I would rather die than submit. Compared to me, you are garbage, shouted that rank 9 celestial. His words impressed countless others, who would have thought that this person was so unyielding and upright. Quite a few people felt their blood heating up. What a joke! That's clearly a 7-star aimless teleportation talisman. As long as you crush it, you'll immediately scram and leave a bunch of idiots sending themselves to their deaths. For there to be someone so shameless in this world, my eyes have truly been opened. Let me put it this way. This person is a talisman cultivator and skilled in all kinds of talismans. If I'm wrong, I will cut off my own head and give it to you. How is that? Behind Long Chen, a white-robed man walked forward. He was also an Empyrean and was one of the new members of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. This immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked toward the rank 9 celestial. The rank 9 celestial panicked. He didn't know how to reply. From within the crowd, another Empyrean walked up to him. It was a woman. She sneered, "Although I'm not a talisman cultivator, I know a bit about them. Don't you think having your own people decide what a talisman does is a bit conceited?" The white-robed man's expression sank. This woman was actually questioning him. He was about to speak when Long Chen waved his hand. They're just trying to stall for time. Let them do as they please. In any case, there's still a bit of time left. Only then did everyone realize that in that tense atmosphere, they had forgotten the incense stick. There was only an inch left. Run! Some people were finally afraid. With their understanding of Long Chen, they knew that staying was death. Following a portion of them fleeing, the remaining people were thrown into chaos. Haha, run then, I won't run. I don't believe Long Chen dares to do so. If he did, then Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Xuan beasts would have a righteous reason for tearing the Xuanhuan Dao sect up by its roots. What reason does he have to kill us all? Sneered that woman. Correct, Long Chen definitely wouldn't dare to do so. If he did, he would implicate the Xuanhuan Dao sect and they would be exterminated along with him. He's just trying to intimidate you, shouted another Empyrean. He stood at the front of the crowd. With one expert after another standing up, a portion of the people that had run returned, feeling that these Empyreans made sense. Long Chen didn't say anything. When the incense stick finally burned out, he finally opened his mouth. Kill them all. Chapter 1680, Let me send you on your way. Translator, born to be. Everyone don't be afraid, he's just trying to scare. A rank 9 celestial was in the midst of shouting when a black light pierced his head, instantly killing him. Idiot, in all my years of following boss, I've never seen him trying to scare people, sneered Xuanhuan. He was the one who had killed the rank 9 celestial. However, he was so fast that no one even saw him move before that person was dead. Following Long Chen's shout, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples charged out, excluding the Dragonblood Legion. They were like a flood slaughtering those experts. These were the elites of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and their opponents weren't even a match for them. 5 Empyreans flew out from the Xuanhuan Dao sect, fighting the Empyreans of the other side. In a 1-against-1, they fought evenly. The other Empyreans of the Xuanhuan Dao sect didn't fight. They were standing beside Long Chen. They didn't want to attack the other experts, and they didn't want to gang up on the opposing Empyreans. Even if they won, it would be meaningless. Haha, Long Chen, you've done it this time. You and your Xuanhuan Dao sect have nowhere to run now. Just wait to be destroyed, laughed the rank 9 celestial with the talisman in his hand. After laughing, he immediately crushed his talisman. His body rapidly faded and intense spatial fluctuations appeared, showing that it was clearly a teleportation talisman. "Bastard, you tricked us," shouted quite a few experts in fury. However, just as the rank 9 Celestial was about to vanish, space twisted again, and his body, which had almost vanished, reappeared. What's going on?" That rank 9 Celestial's smile vanished, replaced with horror. "I said that this teleportation talisman of yours wouldn't be able to protect your life. Now do you believe me?" Long Chen looked at the shocked Celestial indifferently. "Your plan was to dupe a bunch of idiots into provoking me so that I kill them, and then that Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and the Xuan beasts would have a justifiable reason to kill me and destroy the Xuanchen Dao sect. I really suspect whether you people even have a brain. Do you think others are as stupid as you?" The rank 9 Celestial's head flew into the air. He had no idea how his talisman had failed. "I really hate these kinds of bastards." Tang Wan'er's hands came out of a seal. Just now, she had used a magical art to seal the space around the rank 9 Celestial and prevent him from fleeing with his talisman. She had obtained the wind inheritance of the Jade Lake's sacred land. Her wind energy could now be silent and almost motionless, creeping up on someone without them even noticing. That rank 9 Celestial hadn't even noticed that he was already within the domain of Tang Wan'er's magical art. The rank 9 Celestial's head exploded in midair, showering those below him with blood. Tang Wan'er's silent, invisible energy gave others goosebumps. "Long Chen, we were tricked. We don't want to be enemies with you. Please let us go." Seeing the situation immediately turn on them, people began to beg for mercy. Up in the sky, 10 Empyreans were fighting an intense battle. Neither side was able to get an advantage over the other. However, there were still so many Empyreans on the side of the Xuanchen Dao sect that hadn't done anything yet, as well as Long Chen's Dragonblood Legion. They were all just indifferently watching them, as if they were in complete control over the situation. The ones attacking were just the disciples of the Xuanchen Dao sect, but even they were too strong for this mob of people. How could a mob of random disciples from various regions be able to block the attack of the elites of the Xuanchen Dao sect? In just a few breaths' time, tens of thousands of experts were slain. In front of the Xuanchen Dao sect's elites, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. In the distance, over 3,000 people were watching. They were both rejoiceful as well as filled with lingering fear. Their guts had been comparatively smaller, and they had fled before Long Chen's incense stick was up. Originally, there had been over 10,000 of them to flee, but a portion came back due to the conning of others. The choice to flee while they could had saved these people's lives. Seeing the Xuanchen Dao sect's experts cut down their opponents so easily gave them chills. Their numbers constantly dwindled. They despaired. Long Chen was only watching them indifferently, completely unmoved by their pleading. "Long Chen, you slaughterer, a bloodthirsty fiend like you isn't even human. We're innocent. Just wait, even in death we'll become ghouls that haunt you for eternity," cursed one disciple upon seeing that they couldn't escape. Long Chen glanced at that person lightly. "You're innocent. Do you even believe your own lie? You insulted me, the Xuanchen Dao sect, and every single one of our disciples. What, did you not realize that you were fed lies? Does that make you free from the responsibility of your own actions? Fine, then after we kill you, I'll also apologize to you by saying sorry. I had no idea you were innocent at the time." "But you know we're innocent right now. Why do you have to kill?" Another disciple roared, but before he could finish speaking, his head was severed from the rest of his body. "Right now, I really don't know if you are innocent or not. If I let you off this time, who knows whether you'll be duped again and used against me. In my eyes, you are a weapon aiming to harm my Xuanchen Dao sect, so there's no such thing as innocent or not." Long Chen shook his head. "No, I don't want to die. Don't kill me. I surrender." Death cries rang out one by one, but none of these cries could stop the fury of the Xuanchen Dao sect's disciples. "Fuck, you cursed us so happily while blocking our gate. You even included our fathers' mothers' wives. You can all die, cowards." After having to endure these people's cursing for so long, they had long since been filled with fury. A supreme sect like the Xuanchen Dao sect had actually had a bunch of trash come to their gates and curse them. They definitely wouldn't have mercy. In fact, some of them even began to pick up the pace for fear that Long Chen would accept their surrender. Just a dozen breaths later, all the experts were slain. They had really killed them all. Refreshing, so refreshing. The Xuanchen Dao sect's disciples all had excited expressions. Their bellies full of fire had finally been released. Boom! Suddenly, a divine item shook the sky. A woman holding a sword forced her opponent back. Long Chen, I really admire you. You really are just as bloody and domineering as the stories. Regretfully, you've signed your death warrant. So sorry, but since my mission is complete, I won't accompany you any longer. The woman took out a jade plate and crushed it. A large spatial channel appeared in the sky, and she stepped into it. This spatial channel was gigantic and formed with its own spatial barrier. It was much more difficult for external power to damage it. In fact, the fluctuations coming from it showed that it was connected to her divine item. There were also other divine fluctuations. Clearly, this was a channel formed through two divine items, the one she was holding and one on the other side. As long as she entered, she would appear where the other divine item was. Perhaps that place was her sect. If you left just like this, it would make the Xuanhuan Dao sect appear rude. Let me send you on your way. Yue Zifeng suddenly stepped forward. His sword came out of its sheath, and without even seeing his sword, people felt like the world had suddenly been cut in two. The spatial channel exploded. A flash of light fell, and that woman only had time to let out a startled cry before she was killed. Not even her Yuan spirit managed to flee. This sword came without any warning. It hadn't had any fluctuations and had struck like lightning. Both friends and foes were stunned by this one attack. Yue Zifeng's sword slowly returned to his sheath. It was like a quiet dragon cry, and it sounded like two cries on top of each other. The sound of his sword coming out and going in came at practically the same time. Has his sword already broken the restrictions of time? Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? All the Empyreans present were completely shocked. This attack had been absolutely bizarre. If Yue Zifeng wanted to kill any of them, just how would they resist? Such a terrifying speed and killing power didn't allow others to react. They could only wait for their own death just like that woman. It was an attack that created despair. Mengqi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and Liu Ruyan exchanged a look. Just as Long Chen had said, Yue Zifeng had abandoned defensive power to obtain the highest offensive might. Such a sharp sword was practically impossible to block. This was using offense instead of defense. That woman was slain, and her divine sword transformed into a ray of light that instantly fled. The remaining four Empyreans' expressions changed. They also forced back their own opponents, preparing to summon their own methods of escape. Suddenly, a golden spear appeared in the sky, emitting blazing light. It pierced toward one of the Empyreans. Chapter 1682, Taking Wickedness to New Heights. Translator Born to Be. The spear was like a prison, completely locking down its target. It was clearly just an ancestral item, and yet it was thrumming with power. It was like a strike from a coiling dragon. Hence, that Empyrean hastily blocked with his divine item. Boom! The spear exploded and the Empyrean was blown apart. His divine item was sent flying, while his Yuan spirit emerged from the dust. Suddenly, a hand caught his Yuan spirit. Gu Yang's large figure appeared, his hand covered in divine light. With all the effort of a single breath, that Empyrean's Yuan spirit was blown apart, turning into a rain of light. Gu Yang's attack was just as shocking as Yue Zifeng's. Yue Zifeng had been so fast that things had been over before they had even started. However, with Gu Yang, they saw it clearly, which was why they were so shocked. Gu Yang had used an ancestral item to knock away a divine item and destroy his opponent's physical body. If he had been in possession of a divine item, wouldn't he have killed his opponent in one move without any suspense? In the blink of an eye, two Empyreans were slain. The remaining three Empyreans were finally terrified. Two of them had given up on building a spatial formation and ran. They could see that a spatial formation could no longer save them. Hence, they split up in two different directions, quick as lightning. Two walls suddenly appeared in front of them. Those earthen walls possessed an incredibly thick air and sparkled with a golden luster. Those two Empyreans crashed into them and exploded. What? Everyone's jaws dropped. Two Empyreans had died from smashing into a wall. That was something they had trouble believing even though they had personally witnessed it. After all, an Empyrean's body was so tough that even if a mountain crashed into them, they would just fly straight through it. However, these earthen walls didn't shake at all. It was like two eggs had been thrown into a stone wall. The toughness of these earthen walls was practically a match for divine items. Two Yuan spirits flew out of the mess of blood. However, they had just appeared when two golden thorns came out of the wall and stabbed their heads. No, those two Empyreans let out unwilling cries, but that couldn't change their miserable fates. Their Yuan spirits quickly withered until they turned to dust. Li Qi and Song Minjuan had finished refining the earth essence now. They had not only obtained its pure earth energy, but they had also obtained the Jade Lake Venerate's earth inheritance. They were no longer their old selves, and their power could only be described as terrifying. Just as Li Qi and Song Minjuan killed their targets, a spatial channel appeared. The remaining Empyrean stepped into it. Long Chen just looked on without stopping him. Just as the latter stepped through, a ray of light flew over. "Hey, don't be in such a rush to leave. This is a small present for your sect. I'll trouble you to give it to your sect leader. It's just a small token of my respect for you," called out Xuanhuan. It was a fist-sized ball and vanished along with the Empyrean. The Empyrean came out of the spatial channel and saw that he had returned to his sect. Thinking he had escaped death, he rejoiced. "What is this?" That Empyrean had just sighed with relief when he suddenly saw that a ball had appeared beside him. That ball's runes were rapidly changing color. Boom! The ball exploded like a blazing sun. Its immense power devoured the entire sect, destroying it. "Brat, you are really evil." Long Chen gave Xuanhuan a thumbs up. He had known that Xuanhuan wouldn't give up such a chance to show off. He would definitely take one of the 5 targets. However, Long Chen hadn't expected that this little fellow would have learned how to be low-key in order to show off even more effectively. Xuanhuan had waited silently to con that Empyrean. He had timed everything perfectly. That ball's power was definitely terrifying. It wouldn't just kill that Empyrean, it would probably bring down his sect with him. That move was definitely vicious, so Long Chen gave Xuanhuan a thumbs up. "Boss, I was just learning from you. I still have much to learn. I will strive to reach the same height as you one day," said Xuanhuan devoutly. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and the others were speechless. As expected, a subordinate learned from their leader. These 2 fellows were both evil. In the future, they would take wickedness to new heights. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, the battlefield was empty. The opponents were all slain. However, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's experts were still filled with shock. Even Hua Xiu, Zhao Zian, Wang Zhen, and the others were stunned. Without even realizing it, the Dragon Blood Legion's power had erupted to a shocking level once more. Even Empyreans with divine items protecting themselves weren't able to flee in front of them. Most shocking of all, only Gu Yang had used his manifestation. The others hadn't even used their full power. Moreover, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and Xuanhuan hadn't used any martial weapons, while Gu Yang and Yue Zifeng didn't have divine items. Yue Zifeng might have been too fast for them to see his sword, but those fluctuations weren't of a divine item. His sword didn't even have the fluctuations of an ancestral item. They killed 5 Empyreans with casual waves of their hands. How could the others not be shocked? How could they not revere such power? "I'm still lacking compared to Zifeng. I had to sacrifice my weapon," said Gu Yang despondently. "You're a power-type fighter. Having a good heavy weapon would increase your combat power by at least 30%. However, Xuanhuan still can't forge divine items, so it'll be up to luck. I'll try to get you one decent weapon later," consoled Long Chen. Long Chen was also a power-type fighter, and he personally knew how irritating it was not to have a good weapon. Despite having immense power, you would be unable to use it to fight. That was too stifling. "Alright, since the fight's done, we're done for the day. Next time if there's anyone annoying, there's no need to be courteous. Just kill them." Long Chen clapped his hands, about to leave. "Long Chen, have we fallen into their trap by doing this?" asked Chu Yao worriedly. "The old man often teaches that in front of absolute power all schemes are useless. Plus, this isn't a trap to us. I've already dealt with it, so don't worry," said Long Chen. He turned to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. "Brothers, sisters, you've now seen that our Xuanhuan Dao sect is surrounded by enemies. You've also seen their expressions toward us. No one wishes for our Xuanhuan Dao sect to soar. So if we want to reach the peak of the martial heaven continent, we'll have to face countless obstacles. There will be different kinds of obstacles. Some will be clear and above board, while some will be hidden pitfalls. There will also be some that, knowing they can't stop you, will still wipe their snot on you just to irritate you. This is the path of cultivation, one of no return, one where there is no right or wrong, a completely heartless path. If we want to rise, we have to climb over the corpses of our enemies. If your heart holds mercy, it will only result in you being the one whose corpse is climbed over. That is why I never care about my opponent's point of view or other people's slander, because anyone who has stepped onto the cultivation path is no longer completely innocent or pure. What I do care about are my brothers, my sisters, my parents, my family. For them, I cannot pause in front of obstacles, nor can I retreat. The current Xuanhuan Dao sect looks grand and majestic, but I will tell you that this is just a start. As long as we don't fall, the Xuanhuan Dao sect will definitely become one of the overlords of the martial heaven continent. Sometimes fate is just like this. Only when you are willing to share honor and disgrace are you true life and death brothers, just like my Dragonblood Legion. The reason you cannot join the Dragonblood Legion isn't because you aren't outstanding or righteous enough. It's the opposite. I see many among you who are worthy of being my life and death brothers. However, that time has already passed. The Dragonblood Legion is no longer accepting new members. That is because our memories of walking from the eastern wasteland to the central plains will forever be engraved in our minds. Those years cannot be relived, and those emotions cannot be replaced. The current Xuanhuan Dao sect is similar. This is a special time, where danger and opportunity exist together. If you wish to stay in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, you might prosper with it and leave your names in history. You also might be destroyed along with the Xuanhuan Dao sect and become an unremarkable ripple in the river of time. This is a gamble where you bet your life. I ask you, do you have the bravery to follow my Xuanhuan Dao sect? Do you dare to make a grand gamble with me against our powerful enemies that surround us on the martial heaven continent? We dare. All the experts felt their blood boiling with a grand, heroic feeling. Their excitement from killing the enemy invaders had yet to fade before Long Chen's words further stimulated them. Life itself was a series of gambles. You won some, you lost some. Each choice was a gamble, and before you reached the end, no one could say whether you won or lost. However, they all trusted Long Chen because Long Chen was a legend, a miracle. They firmly believed that whether he won or lost, this gamble would be exceptionally brilliant. Good, then everyone prepare yourself. The Devil Abyss's eruption is nearing, and we will first use that battle to signify the rise of our Xuanhuan Dao sect. Let us fight shoulder to shoulder, slaughtering our enemies. All the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples cheered. They finally had a chance to fight alongside Long Chen. To them, this was a glory that they had been waiting for. He really knows how to raise morale. In the Xuanhuan Tower, Li Tianxuan couldn't help sighing emotionally. Chapter 1683, One Move to Reverse the Tides. Translator Born to Be. Haha, good. Long Chen finally couldn't endure it any longer. Now we can justify the destruction of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Even if Jianing wanted to protect him, it would be useless this time. Long Chen and the Xuanhuan Dao sect are doomed. Immediately gather all our troops. Everyone is to move out. This time we're going to completely eliminate this scourge. News that Long Chen had killed the experts from various forces sent to blockade the Xuanhuan Dao sect spread throughout the continent, Pill Valley, the Ancient Family Alliance, the Ancient Races, the Xuan Beasts and other top-tier powers began to gather their forces. This blockade's true purpose had been to antagonize Long Chen and provoke him into killing them. It was a shameless move that had no possible counter. Being shameless made it exceptionally effective. They knew that Long Chen's temper was explosive and he killed people decisively. He definitely wouldn't permit others to insult his people, especially his women. If that happened, his anger would be fully provoked. However, the Dragonblood Legion had been in seclusion during this time. It was only when Long Chen came out that the opportunity came. However, they didn't even have to antagonize him for him to kill them. The only thing that surprised them was that the experts that they had sent to fan the flames of the crowd had all been killed. Only one returned to his sect alive, and as a result, he ended up bringing along a mysterious sphere that exploded, killing him and destroying his sect. A first-rate sect was damaged to its core just like that. However, 5 Empyreans weren't a big deal to them. That was because the Empyreans came from sects that were subordinate to them. All they needed to do was crush the Xuanhuan Dao sect as revenge for them and then give them a bit of compensation. That way, their enemies would be eliminated, their reputation would grow, and they would get richer. This was a shameless move, so shameless that there was no way to neutralize it. If they endured, the Xuanhuan Dao sect would become the laughingstock of the continent. If they didn't endure, they would give their opponents a reason to join together to destroy them. Unfortunately for them, this shameless move was so shameless that Long Chen had no choice but to be even more shameless. He had directly flipped the board, refusing to play this game with them. Just as they were gathering their forces and a rising storm brewed over the continent, a piece of news struck the continent like lightning, blowing apart those storm clouds. This news was transmitted through 2 photographic jades. The day after Long Chen had exterminated those experts, the news spread like a contagious virus. The elusive music Immortal Palace's Shen Bijan was actually so shameless. Heavens, I can barely believe it. Who cares about that? The head of the ancient family alliance was slapped by Long Chen, and his clone was destroyed. I don't dare to believe it. Those photographic jades are too clear to be fake. In other words, everything is actually true. Who would have thought that Shen Bijin was trying to kill Long Chen from the start? She was just feigning love to make it so others wouldn't punish her too hard for her actions. Her acting was so good that even the elusive music immortal palace blamed Long Chen for one of the protectors of the continent to do such a thing. How disappointing. The disappointing one isn't just the elusive music immortal palace. Dai Long abused his position to avenge a personal enmity. He actually made up a sanctimonious reason to target Long Chen and the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Furthermore, Pill Valley, the ancient races, the Xuan beasts and others all supported them. Could they really not have known the truth? That's thought-provoking. Ever since those two photographic jades spread throughout the martial heaven continent, countless experts were discussing them. Anywhere there were people, there were also the Huiyuan sect's businessmen. These two photographic jades were quickly spread. Everyone quickly learned the truth. This was Long Chen's silent strike back. Originally, all the Central Plains forces were denouncing the Xuanhuan Dao sect and Jianying, but now their mouths were shut. People realized that they had been used. They had been used as a public opinion weapon. The only thing worth celebrating for them was that they hadn't been like those people who had charged over to the Xuanhuan Dao sect to curse them. Otherwise, they also would have been unable to ever return. These two photographic jades startled everyone awake. Some people even furiously demanded an explanation from the elusive music immortal palace and the ancient family alliance. They cursed the latter for being shameless, for using other people's emotions. They were a bunch of cheats. Those powers that had been gathering forces and filled with excitement immediately turned cold from head to toe once those photographic jades appeared. The elusive music immortal palace, ancient family alliance, and Pill Valley in particular were struck dumb, not knowing what to do. Within the elusive music immortal palace, the palace master's expression was heavy. In front of her was the 7-string C suppressing zither. There was a thumb-sized black scar on it now. That was the result of when Long Chen had used divine lightning to send it flying. The 7-string C suppressing zither had been unable to protect Shen Bijin, so it had returned to the elusive music immortal palace once Shen Bijin was killed. However, even after all this time, the black mark on it had yet to fully recover. The power of that thunder force had harmed its core. I never expected Long Chen to have such a strange ability. He recorded everything that happened back then, sighed the palace master. Back when the palace master had faced Jianying's confrontation, she had refused to admit that she had sent Shen Bijin to kill Long Chen. She clung to her story that Long Chen had scorned Shen Bijin's feelings, resulting in Shen Bijin going crazy. However, now that lie was useless. In fact, it had even transformed into a kind of insult. Even the words Long Chen and Shen Bijin had exchanged spiritually were recorded. The story of love transforming into hatred was a huge joke. The reason she had refused to admit to this at first was because there was no proof to be found. Shen Bijin was dead, and by saying that Long Chen's testimony was completely biased, it was easy to make his story baseless. Now though Long Chen had brought out his ironclad proof, she was no longer able to continue with this lie. Furthermore, the reason all these powers were targeting Long Chen was because the elusive music immortal palace had taken the lead. Now the palace master had a splitting headache. Shen Bijin's heart was too narrow. She was fierce but lacked any nobility. It was fated that she couldn't hold an important position. As for Zai Yan, she fulfills all the other requirements, but she doesn't have a killing heart. Only by killing the person she loves the most can her eyes be open to her true nature. However, the heavens toy with people. That Long Chen is too powerful and has many factors that make me uneasy. Even I was injured. As for that saber he has, it's a powerful killing weapon. You have to be careful. The 7-string C suppressing zither's voice was gentle like immortal music. It was like a woman was speaking while playing the zither. I can't think that far into the future at the moment. This matter has implicated the state of the entire continent. If I handle this badly, the elusive music immortal palace's name will be ruined. Furthermore, those seniors will definitely punish me. The palace master rubbed her head as she muttered. You can't rush this matter. It would be better to temporarily take a step back. Although you are doing this all for Zai Yan, you should remember that Zai Yan's devil star cannot be meddled with. When you first sent Shen Bijin to kill Long Chen, I felt like it was a bad idea. Now reality proves me right. If this matter gets any bigger and startles those ancestors, ignoring your position as palace master, even Yan will be implicated. You know those ancestors' decisive characters. They definitely won't give Yan any breathing room. Either Long Chen dies or Yan dies. That will obviously push Yan toward death, said the seven-string C-suppressing zither. The palace master nodded. Then I can only do this. For Yan, I'll bear all the responsibility. You're planning on. No matter what, I have to give an explanation or it'll be difficult to handle everyone's criticism. Just at this moment, a disciple ran in and bowed toward the palace master. Reporting to the palace master, Pill Valley, the ancient races, the ancient family alliance, and a dozen other powers have sent emissaries asking to see you. The palace master smiled bitterly. What do they want from me? Could it be they really want me to stubbornly insist that those photographic jades are fake? Am I supposed to thicken my skin and let them drag me down into their depravity and go destroy the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Tell them to go back to wherever they came from. I will take responsibility for my own actions. The second day after the photographic jades appeared, another shocking piece of news spread. The elusive music immortal palace's master announced that she had made a grievous mistake and wrongly accused a good person. She could not run from her sins. She went on to the elusive music immortal palace's punishment stage and punished herself with 49 strikes of heavenly lightning as an apology to the world. When that news spread, the continent was shaken. The position of palace master of the elusive music immortal palace was a grand and noble one, but even she was capable of admitting her own mistakes and punishing herself. That made countless people feel respect. This was a real expert, someone who dared to face their own mistakes. In comparison to the palace master, Dai Long was looked down upon even more. One dared to own up to her mistakes, while the other one refused to admit that he had made any mistakes at all. This self-punishment from the palace master was the final nail in the coffin for the powers gathering their forces. They disbanded like smoke in the wind, no longer having the slightest reason to target the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Dai Long was absolutely infuriated. Long Chen's photographic jades were another slap in his face, while the palace master's self-punishment was an even more resounding slap. He definitely refused to admit that he was wrong. He wished to tear Long Chen to pieces, but regretfully, he had no way to do so. What infuriated him the most was that the Devil Abyss's eruption was imminent. If he still didn't support the Martial Heaven Alliance, he would be viewed as a selfish, petty little person who didn't care about the big picture. However, if he did support them, it would be admitting that he was wrong. However, under the immense pressure, he had no choice but to swallow his anger in the end. He agreed to temporarily cooperate with the Martial Heaven Alliance to handle the Devil Abyss together. This move of Long Chen's was immensely refreshing to Jianying. It was incredibly satisfying. Seeing Dai Long look like he had just swallowed dogshit yet acting like nothing had happened, Jianying laughed maniacally inside. On this day, Jianying came to the Xuanhuan Dao sect and called Long Chen over. Little fellow, this time, you have to win me some face. You must enter the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings for me. Chapter 1684, Devil Slaughter Rankings. Translator Born to Be. The Devil Slaughter Rankings, what's that? Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, Jianying, the patriarch, Li Tianxuan and Long Chen were sitting together. Long Chen looked at Jianying blankly. Li Tianxuan said, the so-called Devil Slaughter Rankings are determined each time the Devil Abyss erupts as a whole. The Martial Heaven Continent's young experts will kill the Devil experts, and each Devil expert they slay gives them a certain number of kill points. They are recorded with the Heaven-watching Divine Jades, and that information is sent back to the Devil Slaughtering Divine Tablet in the Martial Heaven Alliance's main headquarters in the central Xuan region. The Devil Slaughtering Divine Tablet will rank each disciple according to the number and strength of the Devil experts they kill. That's the Devil Slaughter Rankings. Although each time the Devil Abyss erupts, the Martial Heaven Alliance is the main force holding them back. The embarrassing thing is that we haven't been able to produce any geniuses that enter the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter Rankings. Even those who can reach the top 30 are rare. Why is that? Asked Long Chen. Because, Li Tianxuan hesitated, pondering how to reply. It's because of the helplessness of the Martial Heaven Alliance. We haven't been able to produce many good geniuses. Each time the top 10 is occupied by the ancient races, Xuan beasts, Blood Kohal and the corrupt paths experts, said Jianying gloomily. How is that possible? Why would the corrupt path work together with us? Don't misunderstand. They aren't helping us out of the kindness in their hearts. They're just trying to give a blow to our morale. They will only send a few experts who they are confident in, and they enter the core of the battlefield through other entrances with their only goal being to get into the top 10. They don't allow my Martial Heaven Alliance or the Ancient Family Alliance's experts to enter the top 10. The Righteous Path's morale has never been high, and one reason is because we can't get into the top 10 of the Devil Slaughter rankings. Even getting into the top 30 would depend on luck, sighed Jianying. Then can't you just not let them enter? Asked Long Chen. HMPH, being powerless myself, how am I supposed to prevent the competition from joining in? If I allowed the Righteous Path to get such a big head and grow so conceited, the entire Righteous Path would be disbanded within 1,000 years. Don't be so silly, raged Jianying. Hee, I didn't think of that, laughed Long Chen. Jianying's considerations were reasonable. With the Righteous Path's irrational pride, feeling inferior was definitely better than feeling superior. That's why you have to enter the top 10 for me, or I'll skin you for all the trouble you gave me. Don't think I've forgotten what you did. I've written it all in a book. If you do well, then I can write it off with one stroke, but if not, hee. Jianying smiled threateningly. Most likely, Long Chen wouldn't have any more good days if he couldn't achieve this. Why not first place? Asked Long Chen. Jianying laughed. Little brat, do you think others are all useless? I don't want to give you a blow, but if you could enter the top 10, I'd already light incense as thanks. You have no idea how big the continent is, or how many experts there are. You also don't know how great the difference is between the central Xuanhuan region and the other 4 regions. Most importantly, just because you have high combat power doesn't mean you'll have killing efficiency. With just one saber, even if you could slash straight through the entire battlefield, you wouldn't necessarily be able to enter the top 10. This isn't a competition of battle power, but how many you can kill. There are many experts who might lose in a fight against you, but have amazing area attacks that can instantly kill as many devil experts as you can kill in several hours. Not only that, but other than the sects that you know of, some existences that have been hiding for countless years and have almost been forgotten are reviving with the descent of the Great Era. Those ancient sects possess terrifying inheritances. Furthermore, they aren't technically part of the Martial Heaven Alliance, so even if their people got in the top 10, it wouldn't have the slightest relation to us. All kinds of monster-class geniuses will come out during the Devil Abyss's eruption this time. They all want to leave their name on the Devil Slaughter rankings. The competition will be exceptionally intense, and it will be unimaginably savage. You should just give up on first place. Just entering the top 10 would satisfy me, sighed Jianying. The reason why the Martial Heaven Alliance could lead the Righteous Path wasn't because the Martial Heaven Alliance itself was so powerful, but because the Righteous Path needed protection and to unite against the corrupt path. As for sects that were strong enough, they disdained joining any alliance. No one dared to provoke them, so those sects' disciples could be monstrously powerful. Although Jianying was hopeful for Long Chen, she was also worried. As the head of the Martial Heaven Alliance, she wished she could raise his people's morale and vent years of frustration. Even if she died, she could die in peace then. If that's the case, then it's not a problem. Even if I can't, there should be no problem with my people entering. Contrary to Jianying, Long Chen wasn't worried at all. He might not specialize in group killing arts, but plenty within the Dragonblood Legion did. Doesn't matter who it is, as long as one of you can enter the top 10, it will be good. The Devil Abyss is starting to grow more intense. You should prepare yourself faster, as the eruption this time will be on an unprecedented scale. However, let me give you just one order. You cannot press forward out of greed. You have to fight while making sure the Devil Abyss's creatures cannot charge onto the continent. Although it's a bit unfair to you, nothing can be done about it. We can't let the Devil Race's creatures slaughter the continent's people. Otherwise, even if you got first, it would be a disgrace. Understood? Demanded Jianying. Long Chen suddenly understood. This was probably the main reason the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples were unable to get a good ranking. Others could charge deeper into the Devil Abyss and slaughter as many as they pleased, while the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples had to stay back and defend. Don't worry, I'm confident. Long Chen patted his chest confidently. I'm confident in you doing bad things, but I am really worried when it comes to you doing good things. Jianying looked at Long Chen helplessly. Jianying was extremely busy, and after giving Long Chen his instructions, she left immediately to handle her other duties. Once Jianying left, Long Chen went to see Wilda. Wilda was still sleeping, but he was no longer the same as before. A thunderous snoring came from him. He was emitting a terrifying aura, one that wasn't similar to a human at all. It was more like an ancient beast's aura. Long Chen examined Wilda and found that his body was finally starting the slow process of reviving. His cells, which had been completely asleep, were starting to awaken. It seemed it wouldn't be long now. However, he had to awaken naturally. If he was forcibly awakened, it would definitely be detrimental to his body. Li Tianxuan gave a map of the Devil Abyss's channels to Long Chen. The Devil Abyss was the result of a channel opened in a spatial wall in the underground of the Martial Heaven continent. The Devil Race's experts invaded the Martial Heaven continent through that channel. In the ancient era, almighty experts had modified the channel, splitting it into 5 regions: the eastern, western, southern, northern, and central regions. Those 5 channels had then been split into millions of tiny channels that led to the various large sects. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was one of them. Wouldn't there be even more in the core region? Won't they have a huge advantage over us like that? Asked Long Chen. No, the core region also has a formation. Whether it's the geniuses of the Martial Heaven Alliance or the genius of other powers, they can only occupy one of the positions around the core region and attack from there. If they go too far, they will be suppressed by the spatial channel, and it will weaken them. They might die within the sea of devils like that. Don't look down on these devil creatures. I suspect that they have also produced higher-level experts due to the Great Era. Their top geniuses are no weaker than our human geniuses. No one knows what will happen, so don't be careless. A single mistake will bring calamity to the eastern Xuan region. This eruption came at the wrong time for us. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's defensive formation has not been fully built. Otherwise, you would be able to go forward without any misgivings, sighed Li Tianxuan. The Xuanhuan Dao sect looked like it had been fully built, but only Long Chen, Li Tianxuan, and the Patriarch knew that the current Xuanhuan Dao sect was just a fancy frame at the moment. Only once the main formation was completed could it be capable of its true offensive and defensive powers. Don't worry, I'm more confident than other time for this Devil Abyss eruption. I definitely won't allow the devil creatures to charge above ground, and I definitely will accomplish the Alliance Head's mission. Long Chen was extremely confident. The current Dragonblood Legion had completely transformed. Their power had reached a level that even he couldn't estimate. He wanted to leave the Dragonblood Legion's name on the Devil Slaughter rankings so that the entire continent would know their power. In fact, he was almost unable to suppress his own excitement. He wished the Devil Abyss would erupt earlier. All right, since you're so confident, I'm at ease. Li Tianxuan was more confident in Long Chen than anyone else. What he had been worried about was Long Chen's safety, but that Long Chen would be careless due to his youth and allow some of the devil creatures to charge above ground. Those devil creatures were all bloodthirsty fiends. Once they charged onto the continent, they would slaughter all life. There had been such a baptism in the past. Millions of those devil creatures had managed to charge onto the continent. They had rapidly spread out in every direction. Despite the various powers hunting them down, it took 7 days to kill them all. In just 7 days, thousands of cities had been annihilated, and countless innocent commoners had been killed. It was a true calamity. That was the result of one sect's disciples being too arrogant and treating the devil creatures as nothing. They had charged forward to rack up points, resulting in this tragedy. Those disciples were executed by their sect in the end, and the sect leader killed himself as an apology to the world. That had given the entire continent a warning. So Jianying reminded Long Chen of this, and Li Tianxuan also couldn't help reminding him again since he knew Long Chen's character. Time passed slowly. On the 8th day, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples gathered. The Devil Abyss had suddenly turned silent. It was about to erupt, and an immense battle was about to start. Chapter 1685, once more descending into the Devil Abyss. Translator Born to Be. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's plaza was filled with 180,000 inner sect disciples. These disciples were all soul transformation experts. Even the weakest amongst them were rank 7 celestials. Within the entire eastern Xuan region, there was no force as great as them. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was no longer the old Xuanhuan Dao sect. It had reached an unprecedented level of strength and now had the potential to be an overlord-level existence. If even half of these disciples could reach the Life Star realm, then the Xuanhuan Dao sect's position would be unshakable. It would be enough to stand on the same level as Pill Valley, the ancient races, or the ancient family alliance as a whole. That was why those powers were doing their best to suppress the Xuanhuan Dao sect's growth. Not only did the Xuanhuan Dao sect now have a nether passage expert, but it also had countless geniuses soaring. That made them very uneasy. However, today the atmosphere was tense. They were about to enter the Devil Abyss and face a fierce battle with the devil creatures from another world. This would be a true life and death battle. Although they were experts, none of them could say for sure whether they would return alive. However, they were profoundly aware that experts had to experience treading the line between life and death. Only by undergoing the baptism of blood and fire would they become true experts. That was the essence of cultivation that they had felt from each of the Dragonblood warriors. Every cultivator thirsted to grow stronger. However, there were no shortcuts. If they wanted to get stronger, they had to have the courage to face death. Fortunately, they had Chen. His existence was extremely comforting. Having such a peerless expert gave them endless drive. They also felt a thirst to fight alongside him. They saw that every warrior of the Dragonblood Legion was calm without the slightest nervousness. It was as if they didn't view the upcoming life and death battle as anything important. That kind of heroism formed an echo within them. Xuanhuan stood in front of the Xuanhuan Tower. I won't say too much. This is a battle to protect humanity, your family, and the Martial Heaven continent. Each of you is a warrior of the Martial Heaven continent. This is a responsibility that cannot be shirked, and it is also the duty of a disciple of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. I know that in this battle, some people will forever rest within the Devil Abyss, but your names will be engraved in the memory of the continent. Once you return alive, you will be true brave warriors of the continent. You'll leave behind your own page on history. I wish you good luck. Fight for the Martial Heaven continent. Fight for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Fight for the Martial Heaven continent. Fight for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Fight for the Martial Heaven continent. Fight for the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples cheered. In that instant, they felt like they had received a divine mission. That feeling made them forget the fear in their hearts. Their eyes became sharper. Chen, you are the commander for this battle. Come and say a few words, said Xuanhuan. Me, there's nothing to say. It's about time, so let's move out. My brothers are already getting impatient, laughed Chen. A few chuckles rang out in the crowd. In this kind of heavy atmosphere, perhaps only Chen would dare to say such a thing. The tense atmosphere lightened slightly. All right, then move out, ordered Xuanhuan helplessly. The transportation formation was activated, and Chen and his group vanished. There were too many people here, and although the transportation formations had been built much larger in the reconstruction, the fact they were sole transformation experts limited the number that could be transported at one time. At most, only 5,000 could be transported at a time. Chen's group was the first to be transported. Just to be safe, the strongest group was taking the lead. One batch after another vanished. In the end, all the disciples in the plaza vanished. That little fellow Chen, I was so worried that I even further encouraged them, and he didn't even say a word, said Xuanhuan a bit irritably as he looked at the empty plaza. If he had wanted to, Xuanhuan definitely could have said some better words. However, thinking of how he was in front of a Connor grandmaster like Chen, he had felt that his attempt might make Chen laugh at him, so he had left this opportunity to Chen. But he hadn't expected Chen to actually not say anything. Chen has his own methods. Furthermore, with his charisma, he has no need for such things. I've found that the current world is no longer something you or I can control. In fact, even the Xuanhuan Dao sect is growing out of our control. This is a new era, and they are the true main characters. We are just some supporting actors, said the patriarch from behind Xuanhuan. He looked up at the sky emotionally. Chen's photographic jades had deeply affected him. A soul transformation expert had actually managed to kill a Nether Passage expert's clone. Chen could only be a monster. However, now it was unknown how many monsters just as powerful as Chen were hidden on the Martial Heaven continent. That was what made the patriarch sigh emotionally. Being a supporting actor isn't bad either. We get to watch from a spectator's viewpoint and enjoy the sight of heavenly geniuses rising together. This is also a blessing. I look forward to seeing how Chen and the others do on the Devil Slaughter rankings. Buzz. A huge stone tablet suddenly appeared on the plaza. It was 300 meters tall and glossy like a mirror. It didn't look particularly conspicuous. It wasn't a true stone tablet but a projection. Once the Devil Abyss's eruption started, it would display the rankings of the disciples' kill points. However, the Devil Slaughter rankings only showed the top 10,000 disciples. If you wanted to appear on the rankings, you would have to work hard to get into the top 10,000. Before entering the Devil Abyss, each disciple had extracted a drop of their purest essence blood and placed it onto a special jade plate. Those Jade plates had been issued from the Martial Heaven Alliance. The Jade plates were connected to the Devil Slaughter rankings. They were what recorded how many devil creatures a person killed. It was shockingly accurate. Rumor was that the divine tablet recording the Devil Slaughter rankings was personally made by the first-generation sovereign, Yun Shang. It had the blessing of a sovereign, so it couldn't be mistaken. It was the only divine item left behind by a sovereign on this continent. The only regretful thing was that it was only used to count points. It had no offensive or defensive power on its own. The projection of it was now established. However, there were no names on it yet. The battle had yet to truly start. The entire Xuanhuan Dao sect essentially closed down. All the disciples and elders came to the plaza to watch the projection. They were calmly waiting to see the names appear on it. It wasn't just the Xuanhuan Dao sect. All sects belonging to the Martial Heaven Alliance and Ancient Family Alliance were capable of summoning this projection. Countless eyes were staring at it now. This was a chance to witness the rise of heavenly geniuses, which monsters would fight to the front of the pack. This was a dark and gloomy world, looking like it was always dusk. There was no sunlight. The ground was an unending barren land of mountains. The smell of blood hung in the air. It was unknown just how many lives had been lost on this battlefield. Some were from the devil race, some were the Martial Heaven continent's brave warriors. It was possible to see broken skeletons scattered about. Some were as large as a mountain. Despite having died who knew how many years ago, those bones still emitted immense pressure. Long Chen led the Xuanhuan Dao sect's army forward. This was the channel the Xuanhuan Dao sect protected, and up ahead was the main channel of the entire eastern Xuan region. This time, the Xuanhuan Dao sect was about to block the entire eastern Xuan region's devil creatures. They had to advance to the end of the channel. Long Chen, do you want to make any deployment arrangements? I'm noticing quite a few nervous disciples, whispered Huashiu. The space here felt very oppressive. Furthermore, there were broken skeletons everywhere. These disciples might be powerful, but many were lacking battle experience. For some, this was their first time stepping foot on such a terrifying battlefield. Their tense nerves sharply lowered their confidence. If Long Chen could say some words of encouragement now or arrange for them to busy themselves with something, it would improve their morale a bit. I'll tell you the truth, you definitely can't tell this to them, said Long Chen gravely. What is it? Huashiu jumped in fright upon seeing his expression. In truth, I'm also incredibly nervous. Long Chen clutched his stomach pitifully. Stop messing around, raged Huashiu, angrily punching him. Just how many heaven-shaking things had Long Chen done in the past? Not even a ghost would believe he was really nervous. Fortunately, Meng Qi and the others were very familiar with Huashiu, so they simply laughed and watched. I really am nervous, I'm afraid, said Long Chen innocently. What are you afraid of? I don't believe you. I'm afraid there aren't enough devil creatures for me to get in the top 10. If I don't get in the top 10, the Alliance head will punish me. Tell me, how can I not be afraid? Long Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't too quiet either. Quite a few people heard it. Xuanhuan laughed. Boss, don't worry, you just sit and drink tea. I'll take first place for you. That would depend on your abilities. However, I'm not holding back this time. The devil creatures have something I need, so I'll be killing them, said Liu Ruyan coldly before waiting for Long Chen to reply. I'm also going for first, declared Tang Wan'er. She had long since been waiting for a chance to test her power and have her own name shake the continent. In truth, Tang Wan'er was extremely competitive. It seems I have no affinity with the Devil Slaughter rankings. Gu Yang scowled. Xuanhuan, Liu Ruyan, and Tang Wan'er all had terrifying massive area attacks. With his single spear, it would take him years to catch up to them. Their relaxed aura infected the other disciples, the pressure weighing on them lightened. They had just reached the end of the eastern Xuan region's channel when the world began to fiercely tremble. Ferocious roaring rang out. From the front, an endless tide of black figures charged over. Gulping sounds came from the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. The life and death battle had finally started. Chapter 1686, Earth and Divine Wall. Translator Born to Be. Li Qi Minjuan seal the path. Ruyan, you are free to do as you please, ordered Long Chen without even glancing at those devil creatures. Li Qi and Song Minjuan had long since been prepared. With a cry, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to explode. The ground began to rise rapidly, forming two earthen giants. Those two earthen giants caused the world to shake, divine runes covering their bodies. Li Qi and Song Minjuan were standing on their heads. They formed quick hand seals, and the earth giants they had summoned followed along. Earthen Divine Wall. Li Qi and Song Minjuan shouted at the same time. Their earth giants slammed their hands on the ground, and a huge mountain range began to rise out of the ground. This was a kind of incomparable energy, the power of the earth. In front of it, everything else wasn't even worth mentioning. The huge mountain range slowly grew until it exploded, revealing a thick and sturdy wall within it. The wall towered over everyone, completely blocking the channel behind them. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples all looked at this giant wall in shock. This kind of power was something they had never dared to imagine possessing. It was a kind of power that sparked despair. It was simply too powerful. Even Long Chen was stunned. The thickness and height of this wall could truly cause an attacker to despair. As expected, the reason Earth cultivators were known for being #1 in terms of defense was not for nothing. The Earth giants exploded. Li Qi and Song Minjuan were both covered in sweat. Clearly, creating such an unbreakable defense was very taxing. You two should go rest. Now it's time to drill the troops. The real battle will come later, so make sure to be fully recovered by then, said Long Chen. All right, Li Qi and Song Minjuan nodded. They quickly began to recover their energy. Their combined power had resolved their worry of the devil creatures charging onto the martial heaven continent. As for the offense, boom! In the distance, a giant willow appeared, its roots digging deep into the ground and its leaves covering the sky. The willow leaves looked delicate and light, yet they were actually life-reaping chains. Those devil creatures were torn to pieces before they could get anywhere close. Long Chen suddenly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's stunned gazes. As you can see, the path behind has been sealed. We have cut off our own path of retreat. It's either they die or we die. In this kind of life and death battle, only the ruthless ones will survive. As for those who are afraid of death, the more afraid they are, the faster they die. A battle is naturally very dangerous, however. I'm telling you that as long as you can see the danger, it's not really dangerous. Only invisible danger is fatal. Without experiencing these battles, you will never understand the meaning of life, nor will you feel true gratitude and respect for life. To you, this is a chance to transform yourselves. In truth, other than my Dragon Blood Legion, I haven't met many true experts on the continent. What makes you an expert isn't your cultivation base or combat power or talent. It's whether you know why you want to get stronger. Long Chen's voice resounded through the air, and behind him was the sight of Liu Ruyan slaughtering their enemies. His figure was set off by a rain of black blood in the background. The majority of you come from decent backgrounds. You got whatever you wanted as a youth. To tell you the truth, I don't envy you one bit. Instead, I feel pity. The more your parents gave you, the less you had. Although my parents didn't leave me any treasures, they taught me respect and gratitude as well as a work ethic. Your parents and your seniors gave you the best conditions for growth, while my parents didn't give me anything like that. However, they left me endless room for growth. When I left the Phoenix Cry Empire, I was just a blood condensation rookie. I had nothing except my determination to continue advancing. When I cut my way through my thorn-covered path, when my steps stumbled, I didn't complain. It was in the most challenging times that I gained my brothers and sisters. They've become my conviction. When I am helpless, when I am lost, when I am at my worst, they are what support me, what gives me the drive to continue forward. They remind me at every moment why I need to get stronger. Only by getting stronger will I be able to protect everything I have. All the Dragonblood warriors clenched their fists. Their bond with Long Chen was forged through blood and fire, and their emotions were something only they could comprehend. As for you, you are geniuses, pampered since birth and raised as the future hope of a family or sect. As for your parents, they don't understand that true experts are not raised. When you say that you want to get stronger, it's just a catchphrase, something your elders taught you. But you don't really know why you have to get stronger. Is it to pick up girls? Is it to trample over others? Is it to show off? If that's what drives you to get stronger, then it's a limited motivation. You know what your motivation to get stronger is. Long Chen looked out at the 180,000 disciples of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Our motivation to get stronger is to live, to defend, to protect the things in our hearts from being snatched away by the cruel reality. I know that many of you don't truly understand what it means to protect, but I'm sure you have things you cherish in your heart as well. Perhaps it's your parents, your masters, or your lovers. In truth, what many people love is just themselves. Let me put it to you this way. If what is in your heart is solely yourself, then that will give rise to one kind of emotion, fear, fear of death. Before I said that the more someone fears death, the faster they die. Now the battle is about to start. Find what you have to protect inside your heart. Imagine it being killed right here in front of you. These monsters from a devil world are attacking the continent. Imagine your loved ones dying to their claws, their fangs. What kind of tragedy would such a reality be? That's why now you have to raise your butcher's blade. Cut off these monsters' heads. Let their sins come to an end with you. In the middle of Long Chen's speech, these disciples felt like they had been drawn into a world of blood. As Long Chen spoke, this world became clearer, and they even saw the people closest to them dying to the devil creatures. Their eyes all turned red. They tightly clenched their weapons. Meng Qi and Chu Yao exchanged a glance. Long Chen's spiritual strength was truly frightening. Just relying on it to convey his emotions, he was able to form a resonance with 180,000 experts. It was similar to a hypnotic art, but Long Chen hadn't used any techniques. He had relied purely on his spiritual strength to transmit his emotions, and even the Empyreans were affected. This emotional transmission made them forget their fear. By making them think of the ones they loved the most, they could summon the greatest power. At this moment, a large batch of the devil creatures charged past Liu Ruyan's blockade and toward them. "What are you waiting for? Release your fury, kill them all," shouted Long Chen. "Kill?" 180,000 experts roared at the same time. They looked at the devil creatures like the latter had personally slain their parents. 180,000 experts attacked at the same time. Sword light sword, saber images slashed, and countless runes wreaked havoc. These devil creatures were like lizards covered in thick scales. Their claws were like hooks, and their teeth were jagged. They weren't particularly powerful, only equivalent to the human race's foundation forging realm. However, their sharp claws and teeth would be troublesome if landed. "Long Chen, don't you think this is inappropriate? They're too angry right now. If they start out at full strength, they won't be able to maintain it for very long. This is too much." Xiu frowned. "First, let them kill for a bit and vent. This will allow them to enter a combat state at the fastest speed. Once they're accustomed to the battle, split them into 2 rotations. I'll leave that to you," said Long Chen. Long Chen was leaving Xiu in charge of directing this battle. This would increase her reputation and prestige, making it easier for her to lead them in the future. Xiu was extremely powerful, and she had the aptitude to be a leader. She had already won the trust of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. "Then what will you be doing?" asked Xiu. "I've already said what they need to hear. Now I'm just going to eat, drink, and enjoy the battle," Long Chen shrugged. "You? Don't worry about it. Based on past precedents, this eruption of the devil abyss will last at least a month and up to half a year. At the start, the devil creatures aren't very powerful. It just so happens that they're suitable for drilling the troops. For now, my Dragonblood Legion won't participate. There probably aren't many kill points to earn either, so we won't waste our time." This was a long battle, and the most frightening enemies would come at the end. Since Long Chen had finished raising morale and reducing their nervousness and fear, the rest could be left to Xiu. "Am I really qualified?" Xiu was uneasy. Although she had a certain influence in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, it was a far cry from Long Chen. "It'll be fine. Just close your eyes and randomly order them around. No matter what happens, we'll be here, so what are you afraid of?" Long Chen waved his hand and returned to the Dragonblood Legion's side in the back. As expected, they were already discussing something excitedly. "Boss, so many monsters have appeared this time," Ran cried out excitedly. He handed a jade plate to Long Chen for him to take a look. Long Chen was also startled. "Absolutely monstrous." Chapter 16, 87 Chen dominates the rankings. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen's eyes were instantly drawn to one name, East Xuanhuan Dao Sect's Chu Yao, rank 13. This rank wasn't won by Chu Yao, but by Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan was Chu Yao's contractual housebit, and their souls were linked. That was why the devil creatures Liu Ruyan killed counted for Chu Yao. How ridiculous! Long Chen's jaw dropped. Liu Ruyan had been unleashing large area attacks ever since the devil creatures appeared. She had never stopped killing. However, she was only rank 13. That wasn't even in the top 10. Each person had a jade plate, and the rankings they saw were the same. Chu Yao had 3107 kill points, while first place had already surpassed 10,000. Ruyan's calculated it and says that for these devil creatures, killing 10,000 counts as 1 point, said Chu Yao. Her expression was solemn. No wonder Jianing had said that she didn't have much confidence in Long Chen entering the top 10. It seemed the martial heaven continent was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. These monstrous figures were coming out now, taking this chance to make their names shake the continent. 10,000 is just 1 point. In other words, Big Sister Ruyan has already killed 30 million of them. As for first place, how terrifying, exclaimed one of the wood cultivators. First place is someone called Zia Chen. Why does that name sound familiar? Wondered Gu Yang. First place was recorded as East Grand Zia Chen. The first word referred to what region he was in, with East representing the Eastern Xuanhuan region. The second term was what power he belonged to, and then it was his name. It's not strange that he would be first. Long Chen smiled upon seeing that name. That mysterious fellow had finally appeared. Long Chen was also very curious about Zia Chen. Just what kind of person was he? Zia Yuncheng had said that he came from a branch of the Grand Zia, but they didn't have any real details about him. He was too mysterious. Now he had shown his head, using the status of a member of the Grand Zia ancient nation to dominate the devil slaughter rankings. Perhaps it was to make the Grand Zia's name shake the continent. How can he be so terrifying? Ruyan has never paused her attacks. Is his attack range and killing power even greater than Ruyan's? Demanded Tang Wan'er competitively. I don't know if his killing power is above Ruyan, but his attack range is definitely beyond your imagination. That's why it's not strange that he would be first place, said Long Chen. Why? Because he's a formation cultivator. That's practically cheating. All he has to do is establish a formation that kills all the devil creatures that enter it. In terms of area attack, he can make it as big as he wants. No one else can compare to him. What the fuck, that's definitely cheating. However, I'm not going to lose in terms of cheating, hee, laughed Xuanhuan. That evil, sinister expression of his gave others goosebumps. Zia Chen's clearly a member of the Eastern Xuan region. Why isn't he fighting with us? Asked Tang Wan'er. Isn't it simple? He's afraid of us taking his kills, so he entered the core region where no one would fight over kills with him. He can then kill indiscriminately, said Long Chen lazily. This was the benefit of being alone. Unfortunately, Long Chen couldn't be a solitary hero. Isn't he afraid that we won't be able to hold back the devil creatures? If the devil creatures charged into the Grand Zia, wouldn't it be too late for him to regret his actions? Demanded Tang Wan'er. Long Chen gently pinched Tang Wan'er's stubborn nose. Do you have so little confidence in me? This fellow clearly knows that we'll have no problem defending our side, so he went out alone. Even a stranger has more confidence in me than you. Ah, I was wrong, Long Chen. Don't get angry. Tang Wan'er laughed, putting on a cute expression. However, that cute expression of hers didn't look like the expression of someone admitting they were wrong no matter how you looked at it. Ranks 2 to 9 are all from the Central Xuan region. It seems the Central Xuan region really is powerful, said Meng Qi as she observed the rankings. 10th place was someone from the Southern Xuan region, which surprised everyone. Hadn't the Southern Xuan region's experts been annihilated? However, when they thought about it, some sects were so powerful that they didn't even care about the Jade Lake pageant. Or perhaps there was nothing inside the Jade Lake sacred land that they wanted, so they hadn't participated. Jianying had also said that some sects had been very low-key for many years. They hadn't had any disciples come out in hundreds or even thousands of years. However, that didn't mean that they would be silent forever. They were waiting for one opportunity to soar and restore their former glory. Sister Chu Yao's name has risen again. It's 12th now, exclaimed Tang Wan'er. The kill points on the rankings were constantly increasing. Ruyan hadn't paused from the start. She killed the majority of the devil creatures, while only allowing a few to charge out as training for the Xuanchen Dao sect's disciples. Tang Wan'er regretfully said, if Ruyan fought all out, Chu Yao could definitely get in the top 10. This is just the start. These rankings are essentially meaningless for now. What matters is the last half-month. If you use up all your energy at the start, not only will you lose your ranking, but you might also lose your life. Don't treat this battle as a game, and don't worry about these early rankings. All we need to do is save our energy for the final eruption, and we'll definitely surpass the others. Don't worry, first place will definitely belong to Xuanhuan. His position cannot be touched by anyone, said Long Chen confidently. Him really? Tang Wan'er glanced at Xuanhuan. At some point, Xuanhuan had taken out a table. He was sitting there, holding a translucent cup with wine in it. He was swirling the amber wine gently. This little fellow had finally learned how to act reserved in order to show off. Seeing everyone look at him, Xuanhuan sighed. Perhaps you didn't realize, but ever since I joined the Dragonblood Legion, I've been hiding my true power. However, now the martial heaven continent is in danger. Millions of lives are at risk. I feel like I can no longer be low-key. I have no choice but to take on the mantle of savior of the world and make the Dragonblood Legion's name resound through the cosmos. Xuanhuan slowly drank the wine after speaking. He then crushed the cup, turning it to dust. Just watch, Xuanhuan will reveal my true power. My light will drown out all others, ha 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 ha. Xuanhuan's crazy laughter caused quite a few people to retreat from him. They looked at him warily. Some were covering their own butts. Boss Xuanhuan couldn't have gone crazy again, right? Everyone, watch out for your butts, warned the Dragonblood warrior who had had his butt bitten by Xuanhuan last time. Xuanhuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. His crazy fit last time was now a permanent stain on his life. Even now, he had an urge to find a hole to bury himself in. It's too bad I don't see Sister Jikyu. I wonder if she's participating this time. I miss her. Tang Wan'er suddenly thought of Yi Jikyu. The sad scene of her sacrificing herself to save Long Chen reappeared in her mind. Don't worry, she'll definitely come. However, the Divine Ice Palace is equally as famous as the elusive Music Immortal Palace, and it is also one of the protectors of the continent. They aren't under the administration of the Martial Heaven Alliance, so we can't receive much news of her. Once the real battle starts, the real experts will reveal themselves. Only at that time will it be possible to see who the truly powerful geniuses are, said Long Chen. Time passed bit by bit. Hua Shiyu was growing more confident with directing the army, and the disciples' cooperation also improved. The Empyreans were each leading a portion of the experts. They had formed 8 groups, all eagerly attacking. They had lost their previous fear and were able to face the battle head-on. However, despite that, hundreds of disciples had still died after one day. This was unavoidable. Many people were like greenhouse flowers who only knew how to cultivate, but not how to fight life and death battles. For them to instantly adapt to such a harsh environment was very difficult. There wasn't enough time for them to get used to battle. Those unable to cope were cut down by the devil creatures' claws. Only now did they realize how terrifying these creatures were. Their claws and teeth were highly toxic and could directly extinguish a person's yuan spirit. For only a few hundred people to die out of 180,000 experts was already an extremely remarkable result. Hua Shiyu had definite talent when it came to leadership. Long Chen, are you raising Hua Shiyu as your successor? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen was sitting there, occasionally tossing medicinal pills into his mouth. He vaguely answered, it's not really raising her. Hua Shiyu is strong-minded and has some brains. Furthermore, she kills decisively and has the air of a general. If I'm not in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, she will definitely be capable of leading everyone. It was my arrival that changed her fate. I'm just returning the position that should have belonged to her. Is this insurance for the Xuanhuan Dao sect? Asked Meng Qi again. Long Chen was solemnly quiet for a moment. I suppose, in truth, I feel some kind of crisis is about to descend. I don't know the source of that feeling, so I don't know how to deal with it. The Xuanhuan Dao sect is my home, so I don't want to implicate it. I have to make preparations for it. Ever since advancing to the soul transformation realm, Long Chen had felt like there was a shadow on his heart. It was like a pair of invisible hands were approaching him from behind and might clamp down on his neck at any moment. That feeling of danger made it difficult for him to breathe. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Chu Yao's name finally reached rank 10. Most likely, some people had used up too much energy at the start, and so they were surpassed by Liu Ruyan, who was fighting very steadily. On the 7th day, strange cries rang out from the distance, drawing out startled cries from the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Chapter 1688 Compassion Cannot Lead Troops. Translator Born to Be. The numbers of devil creatures had grown explosively, and giant beetles had suddenly appeared amongst them as well. These beetles were covered in golden armor. Each of them was only 3 meters. They mixed in with the previous giant lizards. The lizards possessed dangerous killing power, while these golden beetles were the opposite, with immense defensive strength. Now that the 2 of them appeared at once, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were thrown into slight confusion. Should I interfere? Asked Meng Qi. As a soul cultivator, she instantly saw that these golden beetles' fatal defensive flaw was their spiritual defense. If she attacked, they would all collapse. No need, this is their battlefield. Long Chen shook his head. The Empyreans naturally didn't feel any pressure from these beetles. Rank 9 Celestials also didn't feel much threat. However, the pressure on the rank 7 and rank 8 Celestials increased. Quite a few people were injured in their panic, and casualties appeared. The strong survive. This is the law of this world. It's cruel. Even if you helped them now, you wouldn't be able to help them for a lifetime. Each person has to fight for their own fate, said Long Chen. This cruel reality was something each person from the Dragonblood Legion had already experienced. As for the greenhouse flowers in front of them, they had to experience it too. Whoever's life was tougher would be the one to survive. Hua Xiu immediately grew anxious upon seeing the casualties. Her panic caused her to make several errors with her orders, resulting in more casualties. Long Chen, shouted Hua Xiu, sweating. Compassion cannot lead troops. Long Chen shook his head and only indifferently said one thing. It wasn't that he had a heart of stone, but that if he wanted Hua Xiu to grow up as fast as possible, she had to experience some setbacks. These golden beetles just have a slightly better defense. They look like a good combination with the lizards. However, in front of the Dragonblood Legion, they aren't worth crap. Any member of the Dragonblood Legion could have slaughtered them easily at the Foundation Forging realm. The reason you're panicking is because you don't know what a real battle is and what true slaughter is. If you hold a saber or sword and then brainlessly hack with it, that's not a real battle. You're just wasting your energy and lives. Zhao Lin, shouted Long Chen. Present. The one who responded to his call was actually a woman, a wood cultivator who didn't specialize in fighting amongst the Dragonblood Legion. She was a healer, and she walked over with a wooden staff. Go and demonstrate what a real battle is. Long Chen gestured to the battlefield. Yes. Zhao Lin shot past the formation of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, with just a few graceful steps, charging straight into the army of devil creatures. Seeing Zhao Lin charge into that mass of devil creatures with a wooden staff, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were dumbfounded. Was she going to fight a physical battle with the devil creatures? The strong should hold the line. Let the others watch closely, shouted Long Chen. Zhao Lin charged in, and a golden beetle attacked her first. When it approached her, it curled into its shell and used its body to directly smash into her. This was the most irritating thing about these golden beetles. Even if you killed it with your weapon while it was hurling itself at you, the power of this impact was enough to stagger a person and open them to the lizard's attacks. What startled people was that, as the golden beetle crashed toward her, Zhao Lin didn't use her staff to attack it. Instead, she lightly jumped up and pressed on the edge of its shell with her foot. The golden beetle easily flipped over, and Zhao Lin lightly pressed her staff down on its head. Its head instantly exploded. Just as the golden beetle was killed in one attack, several of the lizards charged toward Zhao Lin. Her staff struck like a viper, striking a protrusion right below the front claws of the lizards. With just a press of her wooden staff, those lizards instantly stiffened and fell to the ground. They died just like that. Zhao Lin's figure continued to weave through the mass of devil creatures. Her staff accurately struck repeatedly. She was like a small boat soaring through the wild waves of a sea, but no matter how turbulent the sea grew, it was unable to sink her. On the contrary, it was the devil creatures that were constantly slain by her. A small mountain of devil creatures, corpses, appeared beneath Zhao Lin's feet as more and more of them charged at her. She easily dodged all their attacks without leaving her mountain, not forgetting to make the mountain grow continuously larger. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were filled with reverence and worship for Zhao Lin upon seeing her kill the devil creatures so easily. She hadn't even summoned her manifestation. Just relying on a wooden staff, she killed the devil creatures easily. Your current method of fighting is the most primitive type. All you know how to do is foolishly strike with your full power instead of looking for your opponent's weak points. Not only does that waste energy, but it will also put you in danger. All life forms have their own weaknesses. If you can grasp that, then even a terrifying enemy will become a rabbit. Other than that, fighting and killing are two completely different concepts. When you fight, you are protecting yourself. When you kill, you are putting your life on the line to take another life. I previously said that those who fear death the most die the easiest. Only when you forget your fear of death can you fight to your full potential. But just saying this, it's merely theories and principles. If you can't understand it, then you probably won't understand it even in death. This is the precious experience obtained by the Dragonblood Legion after walking the line between life and death. Zhao Lin, come back. This is your battlefield. If you want to become experts, if you want to reach the peak of the martial path, you have to overcome your fear of death. There are no shortcuts to this path. If you want to become an expert, this is something you'll have to face. The reason you aren't as strong as the Dragonblood warriors is because you are restricted by your fear, while they managed to overcome it years ago. If you are really afraid of death, you can still retreat. The Dragonblood Legion will block these enemies. But if you want to become experts like us or even surpass us, then you can only go all out. Boom! Zhao Lin slammed her staff on the ground, and countless wooden stakes shot out of the ground, turning the devil creatures into shish kebabs. The wooden stakes then moved away, opening a path through the devil creatures. Just like that, Zhao Lin walked back to the Dragonblood Legion. Kill, I'm going to become a real expert. Even a woman dared to put her life on the line. If we didn't dare to, would we even be men? Why do we cultivate? Isn't it to become peerless experts that can step into even higher realms, to see a world that currently only exists in our imaginations? Kill, kill, kill. Zhao Lin's actions fully stimulated these geniuses. A wood cultivator was actually able to charge into a sea of devil creatures without even summoning her manifestation, and had slaughtered them as easily as drinking a cup of water. On the other hand, they were still quivering in fear. Some were so affected that they were injured and died. That was too embarrassing. A woman like Zhao Lin was able to overcome her fear of death while they were still cowards. That made them hate themselves for being weak. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were fully provoked, and they started a furious slaughter. It was like their entire being had been ignited. Furthermore, they found that once they abandoned their apprehensions, their spiritual perception greatly improved. It felt like they had a subtle control of the surroundings that they hadn't had before. Because of their fear, their nerves had been tense. They were only able to act based on the attack right in front of them. After abandoning their fear, their field of view expanded. They could easily sense attacks coming even from behind them and easily dodge. In truth, these people had been geniuses from the start. They quickly entered a true battle state after being stimulated by Zhao Lin and forgetting their fear. Their combat power crazily grew. Their power wasn't actually rising. They were originally this strong, but their fear had restricted them. Even when they had felt like they were fighting all out, it was a misperception. Compared to before, their combat power was completely different. That made them feel even more reverence for Chen. Having entered this state, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were like a sharpened blade. They finally had the air of experts about them. If Li Tianxuan saw this, he would definitely be moved. Perhaps only Chen had the ability to make people enter such a state so quickly. Don't randomly hack around. Use the least energy and price to kill your opponents. Furthermore, pay attention to attacking and retreating. Make it a cycle, and it will allow you to fight longer. Also, make sure to reserve some energy for life-protecting measures against anything unexpected. Chen's voice echoed through the air. Seeing these disciples fighting like this, his own hands grew itchy. He also wished to fight. Yu Ran, Gu Yang, and the others had long since started rubbing their fists in impatience. Yu Ran especially wanted to charge out. He couldn't hold back from showing off much longer. However, Chen had not permitted them to fight. These devil creatures were too weak. This was the only good chance for the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples to train. It was also their only chance to understand the essence of battle before it was too late. This was the only way to effectively reduce the number of casualties when the battle progressed to its latter stages. If he allowed Yu Ran to show off now, these disciples would have to pay the price with their lives. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were constantly learning battle techniques under Chen's directions. Their progress was extremely quick as they had been geniuses from the start. Through this battle, they felt like they had completely transformed. More and more of the devil creatures appeared, but to these elite disciples they were still nothing. Furthermore, the number of casualties dropped day by day, until on the most recent day, not a single disciple died. Chen, quick, take a look. Sister Jikyu's name has appeared, shouted Tang Wanner, who had been watching the devil slaughter rankings the entire time. Chapter 1689, The Ice Fairy. Translator, Born to Be. In the depths of the devil abyss, on the battlefield belonging to the northern Xuan region, countless experts were fighting the devil creatures. This was the northern Xuan region's first line of defense. This battlefield was at the main channel, and they blocked the devil creatures from charging past them to the branches leading to individual sects. However, some heavenly geniuses had grown impatient and charged out beyond the battle line. Those who could come here were the best and most famous geniuses of their sects. Their goal was to enter the devil slaughter rankings. Over 100,000 experts were fighting right now, blocking the endless horde of devil creatures. However, it wasn't taxing on them at all. On the edge of the battlefield was a group of a few dozen experts sitting with their eyes closed. They weren't interested in the battle ahead at all. These people's auras were heavy. The power of the heavenly Daos revolved around them, and the space around them was twisted just from their existence. However, just based on their heavenly Tao fluctuations, they had to be Empyreans, and even had to be outstanding even amongst other Empyreans at that. They had no intention of participating in the current battle. Clearly, they disdained killing these devil creatures. They also knew that now wasn't the right time to charge onto the devil slaughter rankings. Just as these experts were indifferently sitting there, a white-robed woman walked out. She was like a fairy from another world, and she appeared without the slightest sound. When she walked out, the entire battlefield suddenly dropped in temperature. It was like winter had suddenly come. The woman gracefully walked forward. With each step she took, a flower-like ice crystal bloomed. Wherever she went became a world of ice. The earth was frozen and snow fluttered in the sky. It was like an ice goddess had descended into the world. The ice fairy Yijikyu, why would she come out this early? Those Empyreans sitting outside the battlefield were greatly shocked. They all recognized this ice fairy, who was known as the Divine Ice Palace's most outstanding disciple. She was their top expert in the junior generation and possessed her own legendary story. Rumor was that she had once died in battle, but experts had used an ice seed to freeze her soul in place. Using her soul as the bridge and her body as the lure, they had allowed her to undergo nirvanic rebirth, which had also awakened her ice spirit body. Although Yi Jikyu's name had long since resounded throughout the northern Xuanhuan region, that was only because she was known as the Divine Ice Palace's most outstanding disciple. Only a few people had ever seen her, let alone seen her fight. Without summoning her manifestation, without activating any magical arts, she froze heaven and earth with just her aura. That was something only the legendary ice spirit body could accomplish. What a beautiful ice beauty. It's too bad she's too cold, sighed an Empyrean emotionally. Jikyu was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Her white robes were like snow, while her black hair fell to her waist. However, when her beauty was described as suffocating, it wasn't just a description. It was reality. Just looking at her would make someone feel like their soul was about to freeze. Weaker disciples felt stabbing pain in their souls from taking a glance at her. That shocked everyone. If just looking at her caused this, wouldn't being looked at by her freeze you to death? Yijikyu's face looked like a jade carving. It was flawless, a masterpiece of the heavens. However, this beautiful face didn't have the slightest emotion on it. If you had to say what kind of expression she had, then she only had two. One was icy and one was icier. Her face hadn't changed at all from when she was in the eastern wasteland. However, her eyes had become frighteningly icy. No one dared to look her in the eyes. As she gracefully walked forward, the experts fighting immediately opened a path up for her. Just like that, she slowly walked toward the devil creatures. The area around Yi Jikyu was covered in ice. Those howling devil creatures were instantly frozen solid as soon as they entered her ice domain. Countless ice statues appeared as Yi Jikyu walked forward. Those statues were in charging postures. It was a strange sight. No devil creatures could even get close to her before being turned into ice statues. Even the Empyreans' expressions changed. Although these devil creatures were nothing in their eyes, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill them so easily with just their auras. What terrifying ice chi, sighed an Empyrean. This was a kind of power that caused despair. She was truly worthy of possessing the legendary ice spirit body. She was practically an unrivaled existence. Yijikyu continued forward, leaving a path of ice statues. She quickly arrived at the place the devil creatures were charging out of. This place had a formation preventing her from going any further. This battlefield had been created to be in the shape of a funnel. The exit was smaller, creating a bottleneck that blocked the devil creatures and made it easier to defend against them. As for Yi Jikyu, she was not standing at the widest part of the funnel. A huge ice crystal appeared and instantly exploded, shrouding the world in ice. Heavens, what kind of move is this? The battlefield had been instantly turned into a world of ice. All the devil creatures present had been turned into ice statues. All the roaring that filled the air came to a sudden stop. The world was deathly silent. It was as if it wasn't just the devil creatures that were frozen, but even time and space. In the next instant, the frozen statues exploded into ice fragments. There wasn't a trace of the devil creatures left. The huge battlefield was emptied in an instant. The only one standing at the core of the battlefield was Yi Jikyu. That sight stunned all the northern Xuanhuan region's disciples. With one move, she had emptied the battlefield. Was there any move more terrifying in this world? Yi Jikyu slowly walked toward a corner of the battlefield. As she walked away, the ice and snow in the world faded. Very quickly, more devil creatures charged out as if nothing had happened. The place Yijikyu had moved to quickly became a world of ice. A giant ice palace condensed around her. Yijikyu sat on the throne. When she looked at the jade plate she held in her hand, finally a trace of emotion appeared in her eyes. However, that emotion wasn't something anyone else could read. Seventh, Yijikyu's amazing. What did she do to instantly charge to the front? Tang Wan'er cried out excitedly. What excited her wasn't that Yijikyu was so strong, but that they had finally received some news about her. Jikyu is giving us a greeting. Long Chen was also emotional as he looked at the jade plate. Although they had no way of meeting each other yet, Yi Jikyu was clearly transmitting her emotions this way. Then I'll return it. Meng Qi smiled. Cloud suddenly transformed into her true body and Meng Qi jumped onto her back. Like a bolt of lightning, they flew to the core of the battlefield. The devil creatures that appeared on the battlefield only grew stronger. Some of them had 8 arms and were comparable to ordinary life star experts. At the start, 10,000 of the weak devil creatures were only worth 1 point. Now, one of these more powerful devil creatures was worth 1 point. Meng Qi stood in the air. A pair of transparent wings appeared behind her. She pointed at the sky and a miniature version of her appeared. It was her Yuan spirit. After condensing her Yuan spirit a second time, Meng Qi's spiritual strength had grown even more terrifying. Soul extinguishes life. A ripple spread from Meng Qi like a ripple on a smooth lake. Those devil creatures stiffened and fell to the ground just like that, their souls extinguished. The battlefield was emptied here as well. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples looked at Meng Qi with shock. If she were an enemy, how many of them could she kill with just one attack? Fortunately, Meng Qi was on their side. 8th. Meng Qi's name also appeared on the Devil's Slaughter rankings. Chu Yao was originally 9th, but Yi Jikyu had pushed her to 10th, and now Meng Qi had pushed her to 11th. That wasn't because Liu Ruyan wasn't strong enough, but because Long Chen had told her to control the battlefield. She was giving the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples a chance to train. Otherwise, if Liu Ruyan used her full power, Chu Yao's ranking would be even higher. In the northern Chuan region, Yijikyu saw that familiar name appear on her jade plate, and a trace of warmth appeared in her icy eyes. Yijikyu extended a hand, and her ice domain slowly shrank until it formed a small ice world around her. She was now isolated from the outside world. She had already achieved her goal, so for now, she didn't need to do anything else. Long Chen, you were right. The best time to get on the Devil's Slaughter rankings really is at the end. The ones at the start were all people without real power who just wanted to draw some attention to themselves while they could, said Tang Wan'er. This was evident from how Meng Qi and Yi Jikyu had charged onto the rankings so easily. That's not certain. For example, Xia Chen has maintained first place the entire time. He's definitely powerful. Long Chen pointed to Xia Chen's name. That's true. After so many days, other people's ranks are constantly changing, but no one has managed to shake his position. Perhaps he's a very conceited person who wants to maintain first place from start to end, guessed Gu Yang. I don't care who's first place. As long as one of us can get into the top 10, it'll be accomplishing the Alliance head's mission. Otherwise, my butt might end up being beaten red, said Long Chen indifferently. Long Chen, you don't want to fight for first, asked Tang Wan'er. Not really. Fame has its price. I don't want to be stared at by so many people. Long Chen shook his head. This kind of meaningless fame was just that, meaningless. Boss, how about I go fight right now? Asked Gu Ran impatiently. It's still too early. Wait for Mo Nian to appear. You can fight when he appears. Long Chen laughed. He knew that Mo Nian definitely wouldn't let this chance to show off get away. Chapter 16, 94-Armed Devil Creatures. Translator Born to Be. Day after day passed. Other than Xia Chen, whose position was unshakable, the top 10 on the Devil's Slaughter rankings constantly changed. Chu Yao's name hovered between 9th and 13th. It could be seen how intense the fight for the top 10 was. As time passed, more devil creatures appeared and they only grew stronger. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples clenched their teeth and bitterly fought. In a month, they had lost 23,000 people. By this time, the devil creatures had grown strong enough to threaten even their strongest members. Furthermore, more and more varieties of them appeared, some with strange fighting methods. Each time new varieties appeared, it would catch a few people off guard. The majority of those who died were sacrificed during those times. Some managed to escape with their Yuan spirits once their physical bodies were destroyed. Long Chen ordered those disciples to immediately return to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. However, some disciples refused to leave even after being reduced to their yuan spirits. They continued to fight to the death. Seeing the companions fall one by one filled them with hatred, and they swore to avenge their fallen companions. The battlefield was the easiest place to form emotional ties with your comrades, especially when you saw them die. The emotions people hid inside them would instantly erupt, and their own lives wouldn't even feel that important anymore. However, they only had their yuan spirits left, and they were Empyreans, so their yuan spirits weren't very powerful. Staying here was suicide. Long Chen had Meng Qi forcibly send those people away. Having undergone the baptism of blood and fire, they had completely transformed into true warriors. As long as they didn't die, they would become pillars of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. After a month of life and death battle, they had taken the first step. Even though they had lost their bodies, that wasn't too bad. Each sect had secret arts that allowed experts to recreate a physical body. It was simply that those bodies wouldn't suit them as well as their original bodies. However, as long as you had money and were willing to spend it, then it was a different matter. In this world, there were very few things that money couldn't solve. Otherwise, Pill Valley wouldn't be glaring at the Huiyun sect all the time while being helpless to do anything to them. The Huiyun sect's attitude was always one of competing with whoever had the most money. For the people that had lost their physical bodies, the Xuanhuan Dao sect would be willing to spend a fortune to create a new physical body for them, one that definitely wouldn't be inferior to their old body. In fact, this new body might even be a bit better and wouldn't affect their talent. Suddenly, faint cracks appeared in the space ahead. It was like glass that was finally starting to break under immense pressure. Dragonblood Legion, prepare to move out. The real battle's starting. You're the main characters of this battle, so make sure you warm up and let our brothers learn what a real battle is, shouted Long Chen. This place was one where the martial heaven continent space mixed with another world. For space to be torn apart like this, the spatial pressure had to have increased. In other words, even stronger devil creatures were about to appear. Ha, it's finally my turn. My blade has long since grown thirsty for blood, laughed Xuanhuan heroically. Boom! Space exploded, and the channel where the devil creatures were coming from grew by several times. A black flood poured out of it. That was a sea of countless large creatures. When they saw those devil creatures, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples, expressions changed completely. These devil creatures actually looked humanoid. They were 10 meters tall with 4 arms that were bulging with muscles. They looked like iron, as if their bodies possessed so much power that it was exploding out of them. This was clearly a power-type devil creature. Each of them possessed a frightening aura. When it came to power, they definitely weren't weaker than them. Now, they were charging out like a flood, and that sight sparked despair. Just as that despair was sparked, Xuanhuan charged forward in his golden armor. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and he had golden sabers. He shot out like a shooting star toward them, and a metallic voice rang out. The one who swept the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth. The one whose invincible dual sabers slaughters devils and demons, Xuanhuan, is here. A golden light smashed through the army of 4-armed devil creatures. Xuanhuan's dual sabers and wings flashed with divine light that transformed into 4 sharp saber images. Each was dozens of miles long and cut right through them. Any devil creatures touched by his saber images were torn apart. The entire sea of devil creatures was split by him. Kill! Following Xuanhuan, the Dragonblood warriors who had been thirsting for battle also charged out, pouncing on their enemies like wolves. Over 10,000 Dragonblood warriors advanced. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. These Dragonblood warriors advanced in a straight line formation, using this weak formation to directly crush their opponents. Not only did they stop their opponents, but they pushed them back as well. Before the battle, Long Chen had arranged for multiple battle lines and had the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples guard their own sections. However, each time new variants of devil creatures appeared, they would cause confusion that forced the battle lines back. By now, they had already been backed up against the wall Li Qi and Song Minjuan had created. Now the Dragonblood Legion was forcing the battle lines forward. As blood filled the air, the Dragonblood warriors were like machines, reaping their opponents' lives. They quickly won back all the ground the disciples had lost. The Dragonblood warriors' efficiency, their explosive power, the speed of their refined attacks, and their perfect cooperation amazed all the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Although these disciples had also done their best to cooperate with others while fighting, they fought mainly while thinking of themselves. But now they saw the Dragonblood warriors fighting. They were a perfect unit of over 10,000 people working together seamlessly. Those terrifying four-armed devil creatures were cut down like tofu in front of their perfect cooperation. Shockingly, the Dragonblood warriors hadn't even summoned their manifestations. Just this cooperation was enough for them to effortlessly slaughter these four-armed devil creatures. I always thought that group battles were limited and that the more people fighting together, the lower their overall power would drop. But now, I'm really amazed, praised an Empyrean who was watching with respect. Experts disdained working together with each other. Furthermore, when two people worked together, their actual combat power wouldn't be 1 + 1 = 2. It might very likely still be 1 or even less than 1. To work together required trust. That was too rare. No one liked entrusting their lives into other people's hands. Remember, in this world, there is nothing that can survive on its own. At this moment, Long Chen walked over to those amazed disciples. A single drop of water would quickly vanish on its own. It must merge with the sea, using the power of the sea to resist the whittling of the heavens. As for the sea, it can't exist on its own or it would dry up sooner or later. It has to rely on the sustenance of the rivers flowing from the land, relying on the cycle of the elements to replenish itself. Stars can't exist on their own. They need to merge with the cosmos and live with the cycle of the cosmos. As for the cosmos, it definitely can't exist on its own either. As for what it relies on, that's not something people like us can figure out. The drop of water must trust the sea to live forever, the sea must trust the stars to survive eras, and the stars must cycle along the will of the cosmos to not extinguish. People have never been alone, or there wouldn't be fathers, mothers, husbands, and wives. Trust is the foundation of a person getting stronger. If you don't trust others, you won't gain other people's trust. Sincerity must be won with sincerity. Right now, you lack trust, so you can't get stronger. Why not try entrusting your lives to your companions once? When you feel other people entrust their lives to you, you'll understand the true meaning of life. All experts must possess their own convictions. Conviction. This world was like a hammer striking the hearts of these disciples. To entrust their own lives to others, that was something they had never thought of. That went against the instincts of a cultivator. However, they looked at the Dragonblood warriors. Their absolute trust in each other deeply shook them. Could the trust between two people really reach the level where they would entrust their most precious lives to each other? Suddenly, roaring filled the air. Xuanhuan had made a beautiful arc in the air and then descended again, slaughtering more of the devil creatures. As Xuanhuan swept through them, each time forming a large path in the sea of devil creatures, his rank rapidly rose. He quickly reached 28th place. At the same time, Chu Yao's name dropped to 17th. Many foreign names suddenly appeared on the devil slaughter rankings. That meant that the appearance of the four-armed devil creatures had caused quite a few experts to come out. They were all starting to use their real power. Brothers, no need to go so all out. Leave a path. Even if you take all the meat, you have to leave some soup for the others, shouted Long Chen. Hehe. The Dragonblood warriors laughed and opened a path in the middle, allowing a small portion of the devil creatures to get past. Brothers, your lives are mine and my life is yours. We'll fight shoulder to shoulder today. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples charged into the battlefield that the Dragonblood Legion had left them. Kill. Affected by Long Chen and the Dragonblood warriors, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples also tried the same kind of cooperation. They clearly felt an increase in their combat power this time. In this kind of chaotic battle, working as a team was extremely important. If they were instead like scattered grains of sand, rather than fighting 10 against 1, they would be fighting 1 against 10. It wouldn't be long before they were individually taken out. In the central Xuan region's battlefield, in an extremely unremarkable region, a violet-robed man scowled. He held a six-sided magic cube in his hand. He softly prayed, "It's already been a month. Please stop joking around with me. Give me a powerful helper now, or it'll be too late." After saying that, the man tossed the cube. It spun in the air, slowly coming to a stop. One side of it lit up. "Ha, yes, Hu Feng will definitely take a place in the top 10, laughed the man. Chapter 1691 Hu Feng. Translator Born to Be. On the battlefield, the Dragonblood warriors and the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were constantly killing devil creatures. As the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples learned how to cooperate, they did form a kind of life and death trust. They started to unleash the real power that experts on their level should possess. In truth, these disciples were all extremely talented. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's requirement criteria for the new disciple were very stringent. Someone who wasn't a genius wasn't even qualified to join. It was just that many of those people were greenhouse flowers who would die from a winter's breeze. Those who had been unable to adapt had already died, while those still persevering were now true warriors. If you were to say that they could only use half their power when they first came and were suppressed by their fear, then now they were using 120% of their power. That was due to their cooperation. Each person protected each other, each person fought for others to recover, each person created opportunities for the others. They were in complete control now. No matter how large a person's lung capacity was, they wouldn't be able to last forever underwater. However, if there were people switching off with them and each person had time to breathe, then they would be able to last forever. In this kind of huge battle where they had no idea when things would end, winning breathing room for each other was enough to decide whether they would live or die. From rookies who didn't even know how to fight, they had transformed into true warriors in just a month. The cruelty of the battlefield meant that you either adapted or died. There was no third path. Seeing them, I'm reminded of the Dragonblood Legion's early stages. Perhaps they will also become amazing warriors. Meng Qi stood by Long Chen's side, looking at the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples that were fighting intensely. Yes, in truth, they're already not bad. It's just that they were misguided by a bunch of idiots. I trust that after this battle they'll have an even deeper understanding of life. Then they can truly grow. Long Chen nodded. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were fighting more and more fiercely, but instead of growing weary, they only became more refreshed. As for the Dragonblood warriors, they were the cornerstone of this battle. They controlled the tempo. Once they pushed back the devil creatures to the front lines, Long Chen ordered them to simply hold there. He had to give these disciples the maximum possible time to adapt. Once the real battle descended, they had to have grown even stronger. That was the only way to minimize the casualties. Without the first month of training, if they had encountered a battle on this level, then other than the Imperians, the rest of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples would have all died. Long Chen was doing his best to give them time to grow. The most excited person on the battlefield was Xuanhuan. The runes around his butt activated, and he shot back and forth like a bolt of golden lightning. He was like a hardworking farmer cutting through the weeds. Wherever Xuanhuan went, the devil beasts collapsed. Xuanhuan had been more than prepared this time. He had piles of resources that he could use to kill the devil creatures. It feels amazing to have money. Xuanhuan laughed grandly. That arrogant appearance of his made others want to give him a beating so that he would fall from the sky. Long Chen couldn't help sighing emotionally. That golden armor of Xuanhuan's was also a money-burning toy. Of the money that Long Chen had gathered during this time, at least 200 to 300 spirit crystals had been used on it. However, Xuanhuan's ability at transforming money into combat power was marvelous. In this cultivation world, money would always rank first. Innately, Xuanhuan didn't have any talent. However, relying on his head, he made many bizarre inventions. With Long Chen's wealth added into the mix, he was soaring forcibly. This time, Xuanhuan had decided to fully reveal his amazing skill. "What's Xuanhuan's rank?" asked Long Chen. "He's already 7th. His speed's not bad," praised Tang Wan'er. On the edge of the battlefield, Liu Ruyan was still killing devil creatures, neither slowly nor quickly. After they died, their flesh was absorbed by Liu Ruyan's roots. Faint black mist had appeared around her giant body. Liu Ruyan had said that their flesh was useful to her. She wasn't fighting for ranking, but for that flesh. Her roots were spread throughout the battlefield. No matter who killed the devil beast, their flesh would be absorbed by her. Her aura was growing increasingly frightening. Chu Yao told Long Chen that this was one of the Undying Willow race's divine abilities. They could kill experts to strengthen themselves. That made the Undying Willow race very warlike, however. They were worthy of trust, so there was no need to worry. Liu Ruyan had left the core of the battlefield to them now. She was killing devil creatures in the corner, causing Chu Yao's ranking to fall to 549. It could be seen how intense the fighting was now that the various experts had stepped in. Xuanhuan danced through the battlefield like he was playing, but his efficiency was shocking. He was like a killing machine. The battlefield rocked, and each time he passed through the tide of devil creatures, it was unknown how many he killed. It looked completely effortless, as if he was just playing around. At this time, people finally realized why Xuanhuan had been so arrogant as to say he would get in the top 10. This kind of killing efficiency wasn't something others could compare to. Long Chen, look, This person, how is he rising so quickly? Exclaimed Xuanhuan suddenly. On the Jade plate, one name was rapidly flashing. Normally, a single flash meant that a person's ranking had advanced, but this name had repeatedly flashed as soon as it had appeared. From under the 500, it charged into the top 100 in just a few breaths' time, and even in the top 100, his name continued to rapidly flash and climb. Hu Feng, an expert from the southern Xuan region. How come I've never heard of such an expert in the southern Xuan region? Long Chen was startled. This kind of crazy rise in ranking had to be because of unleashing huge attacks and racking up kills. For example, Yi Zhikyu and Meng Qi had unleashed large-area attacks to show their names on the rankings for an instant. However, now the devil creatures were incredibly powerful, and some even had a strange immunity to certain magical arts. It was now very difficult to wipe them all out. According to reason, such a crazy speed was impossible now. 50-27, 15, 9, heavens, how is his rank rising so quickly? Gu Yang also exclaimed in shock. Just how was Hu Feng doing this? In an instant, his name actually rose to the second rank. However, after reaching the second rank, his name stopped flashing. Even he was unable to shake Zia Chen's first-place ranking. The sudden appearance of a dark horse like Hu Feng shocked even Long Chen. He didn't understand what this guy was thinking. For him to charge up the rankings so quickly, he had to be a top expert. But for such a top expert to attack at this time seemed off. Jianying had already warned him about this. The Devil Abyss's eruption could be split into two portions. In the first portion, only weak creatures would appear with limited combat power. He was to preserve his energy for the second portion, the true bloody battle. The real experts were all waiting for that time. However, this Hu Feng had suddenly appeared. It was befuddling. Is he aiming at Zia Chen? Wondered people. Did this Hu Feng dislike Zia Chen, so he wanted to kick him out of first place? I don't know, but it's fine. The real battle has yet to start. At this time, we must still fight steadily. Long Chen also couldn't understand what this Hu Feng was thinking, but in any case, they could just continue according to the plan. Fuck, is he forcing me to unleash my ultimate moves? Cursed Xuanhuan. He had just gotten to rank 7 when he fell back to rank 8 because of Hu Feng angering him. Hurry up and get to your work, raged Long Chen. Releasing his ultimate moves at this time was exactly the opposite of what Long Chen had just said. Only then did Xuanhuan suppress his anger and continue killing. After 3 days, Xuanhuan hadn't just taken his spot back but had also advanced to rank 6. Xuanhuan was smiling brightly. The entire Martial Heaven continent was paying close attention to the Devil Slaughter rankings. How many eyes were staring at him right now, discussing his identity? Thinking of that, Xuanhuan's smile threatened to split his face. Now his fame would really shake the heavens. How amazing was that? Even after 3 days, Hu Feng's position didn't change. It didn't drop, nor did it rise. Zia Chen's position as rank 1 was unshakable. Why did this person's name suddenly turn dark? Exclaimed Xuanhuan. The name of an expert who had climbed into the top 10 suddenly started to dim. It then vanished. It means that person's dead, said Long Chen flatly. But how is that possible? Such a powerful person, how did they die to these devil creatures? Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. Who said that they had to have died to the devil creatures? Wait, you mean? But isn't it unpermitted to fight amongst each other in the devil abyss? Foolish girl, rules are nothing more than a joke. Some people exist above the rules because they are strong enough that the rules can't restrict them. This person was likely killed by someone they had offended. I would even guess that the culprit is most likely the Blood Hall. Only the Blood Hall's experts have killing power sufficient to eliminate such a powerful existence without them being able to escape. Long Chen smiled faintly. His sixth sense was telling him that the Blood Hall was starting to grow active again. Then it's a good thing that we're the only ones in the eastern Xuan region. At least, we won't be sneak attacked by others, said Gu Yang. Just as they were talking, space began to explode and terrifying auras rose. It felt like the world would collapse. Xuanchen Dao sect disciples retreat. Dragonblood Legion form the dual-wing killing formation. The real battle starts now. Long Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at the crumbling space ahead. The second portion of the eruption had come. Chapter 1692, Heavenly Geniuses Reveal Themselves. Translator Born to Be. Boom! Space exploded, and a huge hole appeared in the void. Large figures began to rush out of that hole. They were humanoid giants holding giant bone clubs. They charged at the Dragonblood Legion, and their bronze eyes filled with furious killing intent. Heavens, this is the legendary giant devil race, a high-level race even amongst the devil race. Their bloodline is extremely pure, and their power is heaven-shaking. They're comparable to rank 9 celestials. Startled cries rang out. These giants were recorded in the history of the continent. In the previous dark eras, these terrifying devils had caused endless grief to the continent. Although they had been eliminated in the end, the damage they had done in a short 100 years had made their name pass down in stories. Some elders even used the name of the giant devils to frighten children. They were demons from nightmares. They were insanely powerful and extremely bloodthirsty. They ate living humans and were said to be able to devour all life forms in order to replenish their energy and increase their power. Just looking at their large mouths and teeth gave people goosebumps. Their bone clubs and sharp teeth were their powerful martial weapons. They were just as hard as ancestral items, and in a one-against-one, a rank 9 celestial would have to pay a definite price to kill one of them. Isn't it said that they are the final power of the devil race? Each time they appear, their numbers are limited to under 100,000. But this time, seeing the endless giant devils pouring out of the spatial channel, the disciples felt a chill. Their numbers would probably have to be counted in the hundreds of millions. Ha ha ha, the meat has finally come. Brothers, don't blame me for being rude and eating first. Xuanhuan laughed excitedly. He put away his dual sabers and flew into the sky. Huge spheres fell from his hands, landing amongst the giant devils. Each sphere was 30 meters thick. They exploded when they landed, leaving giant holes in the ground. However, it wasn't the power of their explosion that was so frightening. No, the frightening part was that every time they exploded, small broken fragments would shoot out in every direction. Those small fragments were incredibly sharp. They easily pierced the bodies of the giant devils as if their tough bodies were paper. Each fragment would fly through hundreds of their bodies before the momentum was cancelled out. Wherever they exploded, all the giant devils in 1,000 miles would collapse. Those giant devils let out miserable cries when they were pierced by the fragments. Their bodies twitched and then stiffened. By the time they fell to the ground, they were dead from pain. Those fragments were the chains and blades Chen had taken from the skinners of purgatory. They had been turned into weapons by Xuanhuan. They contained the air of purgatory and caused immense pain. However, unexpectedly, these giant devils had even less resistance to pain than humans. That was a pleasant surprise to Xuanhuan. Ha ha ha, I'm taking first place, laughed Xuanhuan as he continued chucking more of the giant spheres. With Xuanhuan at the front bombing them indiscriminately, over half the giant devils were occupied. The remaining portion came for the Dragonblood Legion. The Dragonblood warriors were fighting seriously now. They had formed 2 giant circular formations, slaughtering the giant devils like spinning circular saws. Brothers, this is the real battle. There's no need for you to bother with the Dragonblood Legion's side, but if you don't want to just watch, go over to Liu Ruyan's side and work with her. However, you should remember that what came before was just practice. This is the real life and death battle. Take care. I hope that when we return I can drink with you once more. Brothers, kill, shouted Chen. Kill, kill, kill. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were filled with confidence seeing Xuanhuan take care of so many of the giant devils and the Dragonblood Legion's sharp killing movements. Adding on Chen's encouragement, they charged toward Liu Ruyan's side. Here, Liu Ruyan was in control. Her leaves were constantly slaying the giant devils. Having the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples work with her was the best tactic. Chen, look, the devil's slaughter rankings have completely transformed, shouted Tang Wan'er. Xuanhuan's rank 4, but other than Zia Chen, Hu Feng and Xuanhuan, the other top 10 have all been replaced by new names, said Gu Yang. The devil's slaughter rankings revealed that rank 1, Zia Chen, had accumulated 1,400,000,000 kill points. Hu Feng was at 900 million. The third was a new name, an expert from the central Xuan region with 400 million kill points. Xuanhuan was close behind him with 380 million kill points. The previously calm devil's slaughter rankings were thrown into chaos. All the top 5,000 spots were crazily flashing as new experts entered the mix. The real experts have finally started to appear. Everyone recognized that the appearance of the giant devils meant that the real start of the battle had come. The true experts that had been lying in wait were waiting precisely for this moment. Dai Xin has appeared. Tang Wan'er let out a startled cry. Dai Xin had appeared at rank 17. That bastard really has a tough life. He actually didn't die. Chen coldly smiled as he looked at Dai Xin's name. In a deep abyss of the central Xuan region, an endless raging sea of black water was constantly crushing the giant devils. The water was like ink, and it spread at a rapid rate. The amount of water was shocking. Long Chen, I've fully absorbed the water inheritance. This time, I'll make you die a miserable death. If you have the guts, then just come at me. Let's see just who takes first place. Within the center of the sea, Dai Zin's originally handsome face was twisted into a sinister expression. Heroes of the southern Xuan region, thank you for your support before. Leave this battlefield to my elusive music immortal palace. In the abyss of the southern Xuan region, hundreds of thousands of experts retreated, replaced with thousands of women. They descended from the sky like transcendent fairies. Their music rang out, but it no longer sounded beautiful. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. Sound waves spread, and any giant devils touched by them would stiffen. Their bodies would then rapidly inflate and finally explode. A jade hand lightly touched a string of the seven-string sea-suppressing zither. A giant ripple spread and covered half the battlefield, killing countless giant devils. The entire battlefield became empty. Ziyan stood in the sky, looking into the distance. She sighed. Long Chen, is this our fate? In the northern Xuan region, ice covered the battlefield, and countless devil creatures were slain. The human experts stared in shock at the distant white-robed woman. Yijikyu was like an ice goddess, sacred and noble. Beneath her feet, a ripple of ice spread, turning the charging devil creatures into beautiful ice crystals that filled the air. As for the giant devils, they charged at her wave after wave. As a result, wave after wave became encased in ice and exploded. 10 years I wandered with my bow, my arrows causing heaven and earth to shake. The 9 heavens, 10 lands, and all the universe will revolve around me. Only I, Mo Nyan, will rise to glory. Cough, it seems after not showing off for so many years, my skill in it has regressed. My beautiful lines no longer have the same flavor as back then. Mo Nyan stood atop a tall rock. A hood covered the majority of his face. He wanted to shout loudly, but for some reason, he found that he couldn't. His voice was drowned out by the roaring of devil creatures and the sounds of slaughter. Fuck, this is my first failure in showing off. It seems I've been away from the rest of the world for too long. People have already forgotten my legend. Time to show myself off. Mo Nyan couldn't help but feel irritated upon seeing that his actions couldn't draw any attention from the other experts. A 5-colored bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the string with his right hand, and it instantly arced perfectly. The world began to shake. What's going on? As Mo Nyan pulled his bowstring, 5-colored light soared into the sky, causing resonance with heaven and earth. Astral winds surged out of him. It was like a giant 5-colored dragon was enveloping him. He instantly drew the attention of all the experts. Suddenly, a 5-colored arrow flew out of his bow. Its resplendent divine light looked like all the stars of the sky were shooting out with it. Boom! The arrow exploded in the center of the devil creatures, its light devouring the majority of the battlefield. Anything touched by its divine light was turned to nothingness, even the giant devils. Sorry, I'll have to borrow this place from everyone. It took me a long time to find a place with such nice feng shui. To avoid any misunderstandings, I'll ask everyone to retreat to a safe distance. With one arrow, Mo Nyan shook the heavens, the earth, and all the experts present. They immediately retreated, some people going to find another region to fight. Long Chen, I've shown myself. What are you still waiting for? After so many years apart, are you no longer able to keep up with me? Everyone's expression satisfied Mo Nyan greatly. He looked at his jade plate with a smile. Dai Xin, Ziyan, Yijikyu, Mo Nyan, and other names finally appeared on the Devil's Slaughter rankings. Long Chen took a deep breath. Since they had all come out, he couldn't be too lazy. Let's go, we'll give a greeting to our old friends. Long Chen waved his hand, moving toward the front of the battlefield with Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Yue Zifeng, and the others. Chapter 1693, Everyone Coming Out to Fight. Translator, Born to Be. Tang Wan'er and the others had been waiting for a long time. Now, their chance had come, and they charged out individually into the sea of devil creatures. Wherever Tang Wan'er went, space would twist ever so slightly. Any devil creatures close to her would be torn to shreds by invisible blades. That sight was strange and terrifying. Tang Wan'er's wind blades had already reached a practically heaven-defying level, a realm where movement turned into stillness. She killed her enemies without them even sensing her attack. Cloud transformed into the true body of a cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Rainbow runes revolved around her. She opened her mouth, and a black line of light shot through the battlefield. Anything touched by the black light turned into nothingness. This was a divine ability of the cloud-chasing heaven-swallowing sparrow. Anything touched by the black light would vanish. Meng Qi didn't participate, staying by Long Chen. Chu Yao smiled and said, "Big sister, go ahead and attack. I'll make sure to look after everyone." Chu Yao knew that in any large battle, there had to be someone controlling the overall battlefield. Although the Dragonblood Legion didn't need someone to look after them, the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples were still in danger in a fight of this level. Those disciples were the pillars Long Chen had left to uphold the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He wanted as many of them to return alive as possible. That was why there needed to be someone staying back to help them. Meng Qi shook her head. "You should go instead. These giant devils' spiritual fluctuations are strange. I can't kill them all instantly like before unless I waste a huge amount of my soul energy. It would be better for you to go attack. Your wood attacks cost less and are so sharp. Plus, with you and Ruyan working together, it will be easier for you to charge onto the devil slaughter rankings. In the face of these strange devil creatures, my own killing power is reduced, but causing a few of them to lose their minds temporarily is still easily done. I'm the one most suitable for controlling the entire battlefield." When Meng Qi put it like this, Chu Yao looked at Long Chen. Long Chen smiled. "Let's just do as Meng Qi says." Chu Yao nodded and chose a region for herself. Wooden stakes appeared out of the ground like sharp nails. The devil creatures in her region ran into calamity. "This seems a bit terrifying. I feel a cold breeze down below." Seeing that the trap Chu Yao had arranged was destroying the lower bodies of the devil creatures, Gu Yang shivered. "It really does look a bit painful. Let's just not look," said Long Chen. The earth birthed wood. Having her wooden stakes grow out of the ground was the most energy-efficient way for Chu Yao to attack. That way, she could draw out spiritual qi from the earth to replenish her spiritual yuan. She was practically not using any energy to kill them at all. However, a beautiful woman constantly causing the lower bodies of the devil creatures to explode was a bit difficult to watch. Gu Yang, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan also charged into the fray. Gu Yang charged through the devil creatures with a spear, while Li Qi and Song Minjuan simply summoned their spirits of the earth, which were those earthen giants they had summoned at the start. They pummeled the devil creatures. Each step of the earth giants caused a shockwave to spread through the ground. Those shockwaves blew apart the devil creatures. "Xifeng, there's no need for you to attack. Just preserve your energy. Actually, if you can project the devil slaughter rankings into the sky, it will be easier for us to keep track of what's going on," said Long Chen. Yue Xifeng's attacks were incomparably sharp. However, they were like a torrential storm. His attacks were powerful, but he couldn't repeatedly use his strongest attacks over a long period. He was unsuitable for this kind of battle. "All right." Yue Xifeng took out his jade plate and sent his spiritual strength into it. A projection of it appeared in the sky with the current rankings. First place was still Xia Chen, with 2 billion kill points. As for second place, it was no longer Hu Feng, but Dai Xin. He was just 100 million kill points off of catching up to Xia Chen. It seems that the water inheritance has been fully refined by Dai Xin, allowing his power to grow. HMPH, such a good treasure was wasted on a pig like him. Long Chen spat on the ground. Just thinking of Dai Xin disgusted him. Hu Feng was third, while fourth was Gu Ran. Fifth was actually Zai Yan. Long Chen knew that Zai Yan's power, when combined with the 7-string C-suppressing zither, was absolutely terrifying. Her musical attacks could kill devil creatures in huge numbers. Sixth was a foreign name, someone who came from the central Xuan region. Their name was Qin Zioxi, a woman's name. When he saw 7th place, Long Chen was startled. At some point, the Pill Fairy's name had silently risen through the rankings. "I suppose there's nothing curious about it. Pill Valley definitely wouldn't give up this chance to show their power. If they didn't get a good ranking, they would lose face," thought Long Chen. He had clashed with Pill Valley several times now. Each time, he had made them leave after a crushing defeat, which had caused their prestige to drop. Pill Valley needed to win back that face. It seemed that this heavy mission had been entrusted to the Pill Fairy. 8th place was another expert from the central Xuan region that he didn't recognize. 9th was Yi Jikyu. She was extremely powerful to actually be 9th. When he saw 10th place, Long Chen smiled. That fellow Mo Nian had managed to kill his way there. Long Chen knew that Mo Nian didn't specialize in huge area attacks. However, he still managed to get into the top 10. He had to be working hard. With Chu Yao joining in, combined with Liu Ruyan's kills going to her, her ranking was rapidly rising. Li Qi and Song Minjuan had joined in a bit late, so for now, they couldn't get into the top 500. As for Gu Yang, Long Chen couldn't be bothered to look. Who knew what kind of last-place ranking he was fighting for right now? "Boss, have we gone above and beyond for the mission this time?" shouted Gu Ran as he constantly threw his bombs. It went without saying that Gu Ran was truly skilled when it came to forging. He had some kind of magnetic item on him that would pull the sharp fragments back to him after they exploded. He then added them into new bombs and tossed them out again. "You're thinking too simply. Just wait in a bit, you'll all be knocked down." Long Chen shook his head and didn't pay any more attention to Gu Ran. He flew off toward the source of the Devil Abyss's eruption. The battlefield was constantly being forced to expand by the spatial pressure here. Before, the Dragonblood Legion had been able to hold back the flood. However, now, as the battlefield grew larger, the Dragonblood Legion had no choice but to retreat into the channel. One reason was because they couldn't allow the devil creatures to attack the wall behind them, while another was to protect the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. They had to make their preparations for a long-term battle. No one knew when this battle would end. Now Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Waner, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and the others had joined the battle. They were all handling their own regions, unleashing huge area attacks that blocked the majority of the devil creatures. As they were controlling the tempo of the battle, there was no need for Long Chen to worry about them yet. As for the Dragonblood warriors, this kind of battle wasn't anything to them considering their experience. It was also unable to threaten their lives. Without having to worry about this, Long Chen shot past the battlefield, diving past the sea of devil creatures to where they were coming from. Li Tianxuan had given Long Chen a detailed explanation of the structure of the Devil Abyss. There was a giant spatial node in the Martial Heaven continent's underground. This was a place where the Martial Heaven continent met a devil world. The devil creatures were coming from the devil world, but thanks to the restrictions of the formations left behind by ancient almighty experts, they could only invade through 5 spatial openings. This way, a giant flood was split in 5. Rumor was that the central Xuan region was there to draw the focus of the devil creatures, so 40% of the devil creatures were drawn there. The rest were evenly divided between the east, west, north, and south. The formations gave the Martial Heaven continent's experts breathing room. They wouldn't be immediately overwhelmed by a huge flood of devil creatures. If it weren't for the formations left behind by those ancient experts, the Martial Heaven continent might have been devastated by the devil creatures already. Here, Long Chen could see a giant spatial opening. There were countless runes here, and it was like a giant whirlpool. The devil creatures were coming out of the center of that whirlpool. When Long Chen arrived, countless devil creatures attacked him, but he merely snorted and summoned golden flames around him. Any devil creatures that entered his flame domain would be turned to ash in less than a breath's time. That surprised him a bit. He hadn't expected the heaven-incinerating flame to be so effective against these devil creatures. It had to be known that they were no weaker than ordinary rank 9 celestials, but they weren't able to block the heaven-incinerating flame. They had to be weak to it. Long Chen ignored the devil creatures and continued examining the whirlpool. He stretched his divine sense inside. His divine sense passed the whirlpool. Inside was a giant spatial channel tens of thousands of miles wide. When he saw the situation in the other world, he couldn't help gasping. Damn, there are actually this many more. At the end of the channel, he saw countless devil creatures. Furthermore, there were even more varieties of them. He saw birds, apes, humanoid creatures with snake tails, etc. He also saw a golden sea up in the air. That golden sea was a giant pack of inch-long mosquitoes. They looked like they had been made of gold, except their mouth was pitch black. Fuck, these are the legendary shadowless golden mosquitoes. Long Chen jumped. Legend was that these creatures could activate their golden runes to fade into the air and vanish from sight. Their mouths were extremely sharp, and once they stabbed a person's flesh, they would instantly poison them. A person's body would instantly rot with not even their bones surviving. If their Yuan spirit didn't run fast enough, it would also die. They were renowned creatures. These devil creatures were attacking the channel with all their might. It seemed they were trying to make it larger, or break it down so that they could all enter at once. The giant devils that had entered the channel so far were nothing more than a drop in the ocean compared to this giant army. I can't just wait, I need to take some initiative. Long Chen summoned a golden flame sphere. It instantly grew to thousands of meters until it was like a blazing star. He sent it into the channel. It was like a shooting star as it went against the flow of the devil creatures. Any devil creatures in its path were killed. It shot straight to the end of the channel. The devil creatures were in the midst of attacking the channel when this sphere flew out of it, stunning them. It seemed they didn't sense any danger from the sphere. Explode. Chapter 1694. One move to stun the world. The golden shooting star shot through the spatial channel and exploded amongst the sea of devil creatures. The golden flames devoured them. On the other side of the channel, the devil creatures were packed even high into the air. The explosion covered an extraordinary number of them. The golden mosquitoes were instantly turned to ash. The shadowless golden mosquitoes were weak to fire. With this one-star fall, Long Chen's kill points instantly rose to over 30 million. He charged into the top 500 just like that. I have to eliminate these shadowless golden mosquitoes as fast as possible. If they get through, it'll be troublesome. Long Chen knew that when the shadowless golden mosquitoes entered a battle state, they would hide themselves in the air, making themselves imperceptible to a person's eyes and their spiritual senses. They possessed frightening killing power. The other devil creatures could be ignored, but the shadowless golden mosquitoes had to be eliminated as soon as possible. This channel was created by ancient experts. The devil creatures were constantly attacking it, and each time they succeeded in breaking it a bit, it would grow larger, allowing more powerful devil creatures to charge in. Currently, only the giant devils were capable of passing through. It seemed the others were being restricted by something and couldn't enter. In the past, the Devil Abyss's eruption was split into two portions, the first eruption and the second eruption. The second eruption was when the real battle started. However, Xuanhuan had said that the descent of a great era threw those past precedents in the garbage. This time, the Devil Abyss's eruption would be on an unprecedented scale. Based on what he saw, there would at least be another eruption. If the channel was forced any larger, these devil creatures would all instantly charge in. Perhaps the Dragonblood Legion would be able to handle it, but the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples would take heavy losses. This channel was extremely strange. Long Chen found that he couldn't charge through it. He could only launch attacks from the other side. Of course, this had benefits as well. He could attack them, but the devil creatures on the other side couldn't strike back. 9-star beads. Long Chen formed hand seals, and 9 flame spheres shot out in a straight line. They exploded on the other side. A single sphere exploded into 9 smaller ones, and those smaller flame spheres would explode and condense into 9 more smaller spheres. This would occur 9 times. This was a magical art he had learned in Pill Valley, however, he had modified it to make its power absolutely monstrous. This move actually didn't have much killing power on its own. However, it was huge in scale and allowed him to devour the world on the other side in the heaven-incinerating flames. Its area of effect was huge, but naturally the larger the area of effect, the weaker an attack would be. The more powerful devil creatures wailed upon being burned, however, the flames would go out in a few seconds on their bodies. The flames alone couldn't kill them. Long Chen had expected that from the start. His target wasn't those devil creatures. It was the endless shadowless golden mosquitoes in the air. They were extremely weak to his flames, and once ignited, it was like the flames would enter their stomachs. They would explode. After this move, there was no trace of anything golden in the air. "What the fuck? Boss, calm down. You've taken first place with 2,600,000,000 kill points," shouted Xuanhuan. Long Chen was startled. He hastily looked over to see the devil slaughter rankings in the sky. He had actually appeared in first place, while second place was now Xia Chen. The kill points awarded are based on the target's killing power. These shadowless golden mosquitoes must be worth a huge number of points each, meaning they were really frightening. Long Chen patted himself on the back for killing them. If he had allowed them to attack everyone, it would have been really dangerous. Unless a person killed the mosquitoes as they attacked, it was almost impossible to kill them while they were hidden. Taking first place instantly wasn't something he had expected, however. This actually raised his wariness. He absolutely couldn't be careless, or the slightest mistake would lead to huge losses. "Boss, why have you stopped? Keep killing," said Xuanhuan. "You kill for me, you're the main force." Long Chen waved his hand. "Li Qi, Song Minjuan, stop attacking for now. Set up some powerful fortifications, the kind that can be used for both offense and defense." Long Chen called over Li Qi and Song Minjuan. He pointed to over 10 places where forts could be built in the channel they were defending. Boss, why bother? Li Qi and Song Minjuan didn't understand. As long as everyone fought, killing these devil creatures wasn't difficult. It's just in case, and a path of retreat for the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. They can't compare to the Dragon Blood warriors, so having something they can depend on is very important for them, said Long Chen solemnly. Once the fortifications were built, Long Chen called over the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. He had Hua Xiu teach them how to use the fort's offensive and defensive measures. Long Chen did something happen. Meng Qi was the first to realize something was wrong, and she sent a message to Long Chen. Long Chen replied, "Just now, I saw some winged devils on the other side. I got a bad feeling. Jianing's words might really come to pass. This eruption of the devil abyss will be unprecedented in history." Winged devils, you mean? Yes, just like those winged devils we've seen before. I don't know if it was a misperception or not, but I feel very uneasy. Tell everyone to be careful at all times. Make sure they save their energy to handle anything unexpected. An even larger battle will come soon. As for the disciples of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, don't tell them this to avoid them getting nervous. Meng Qi nodded and passed Long Chen's orders to everyone. After learning that there were even more terrifying devil creatures in the rear, the Dragon Blood warriors weren't affected at all. Instead, they were filled with battle intent. Yu Ran especially was shouting excitedly and fought even more energetically. After attacking once, Long Chen didn't attack again. However, his name had instantly taken the top spot of the Devil Slaughter rankings. That had shaken the martial heaven continent. Countless people stared at that name with disbelief. Long Chen, you really have some skill. You're truly powerful. Within an abyss, a man who appeared to be in his early 20s was sitting lotus-style on the ground. His complexion was fair and delicate. He had a foot-long square formation board. No one knew that this seemingly delicate, scholarly man was the one who had dominated first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings for over a month, Zia Chen. From an aerial viewpoint, a petal-like image was on the ground. The petal was huge, covering 100,000 miles. This image had countless wooden pillars stuck in the ground within it. Those stone pillars were flashing with countless runes. They constantly interwove, forming a giant formation. Any devil creatures that entered the formation were blown apart. The stone pillars would merely light up slightly to kill them, and anything of value on their bodies, be it their bone clubs, teeth, and claws, would vanish, sucked into a spatial ring possessed by Zia Chen. This was an absolutely terrifying formation. Zia Chen was just sitting there, and he completely blocked this exit. He was like an idle trapmaster, just waiting for the devil creatures to come to him. If people saw this, they would definitely be so angered as to cough up blood. This was practically cheating. Others were risking their lives and working as hard as possible to kill the devil creatures, while he was calmly sitting there, waiting for his prey to come to him. He looked far too relaxed. Seeing that his first place had been taken, Zia Chen merely smiled. He didn't seem to care that much. Long Chen, I'm taking first. Although you've helped my Grand Zia a lot, I'm not very willing to see my spot on the Devil Slaughter ranking be taken. Zia Chen smiled slightly. He was full of confidence. He closed his eyes, not doing anything. He completely ignored the devil creatures that were still charging forward to their deaths. Long Chen, you bastard, you're definitely cheating, roared Daizin. His face was twisted with hatred. In an effort to get first place, Daizin was unwilling to guard one place. He was going in every direction, attacking wherever the most devil creatures were. Quite a few experts were forced away because of him. He had been very close to surpassing Zia Chen. As long as he found another place with many devil creatures, he would have taken first place. However, Long Chen had suddenly appeared, instantly taking first place as if it was as easy as breathing to him. Compared to Long Chen, his frantic rush to kill devil creatures was embarrassing. Even if he did take first place, it wouldn't have any glory to it. Long Chen took first place like he was playing around. That had a huge impact on others. Daizin, in particular, couldn't accept it. He was clenching his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Bastard, don't get too arrogant. Let's see if you can be so pleased when the strongest devil creatures appear in the end, sneered Daizin. He took first place just like that. Mo Nian can only admire such showing off. Mo Nian was also shocked by Long Chen's sudden climb on the Devil Slaughter rankings. The Western Xuan region was different from the Eastern Xuan region. The Eastern Xuan region had one direct channel, but the Western Xuan region had many channels, with people defending each one. They couldn't sense the huge army of devil creatures lying in wait behind the main spatial channel. Long Chen had accidentally shown off when he had just been trying to kill the shadowless golden mosquitoes. Mo Nian might not be aware of what was happening in the eastern Xuan region, but with his understanding of Long Chen, he was sure he had to have run into a coincidental opportunity. After taking that one opportunity, Long Chen's kill points didn't go up again. Without any other knowledge of what had happened, it looked like Long Chen had let out a random attack, taken first place, and then felt like the battle was too boring, so he couldn't be bothered to keep fighting. That was why Mo Nian could only say that he admired Long Chen's showing off. He didn't know how many people's jaws had fallen to the ground because of Long Chen's one attack. In the depths of the devil abyss, in an unremarkable corner, there was a very pretty girl wrapped in a black cloak. Although only the lower part of her face was revealed under her hood, she looked like a refined porcelain doll. Big brother Longchen, I wonder if you'll remember that little girl when you see my name. Perhaps you've long since forgotten my name. The teenage girl gently rubbed a jade plate, or more accurately, the name on the jade plate that was first place. She couldn't help sighing. Chapter 1695, Unleashing a Big Move. The entire devil abyss shook. The channel ahead grew explosively once more, widening by several times. A horde of devil creatures poured forth. This time, dozens of new kinds of devil creatures appeared. There were leopards, tigers, snakes, and all kinds of other creatures the size of small mountains. The third eruption. Gu Yang's heart was a bit heavy as he witnessed the horde of devil creatures pour forth. In the past, the devil abyss would only erupt twice before ending, but now a third eruption had occurred. These new devil creatures were even stronger. In a one-against-one, even most rank 9 celestials would find it very difficult to fight them. Furthermore, with the current proportion of humans to devil creatures, one person was fighting dozens of them at once. No wonder Boss wanted us to put up more forts. Li Qi and Song Minjuan exchanged a glance. Long Chen had known that even more terrifying devil creatures were coming. Everyone, work together with the forts. Your mission is no longer to kill devil creatures, but to make sure your necks stay attached, shouted Long Chen to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. After so much fighting, their numbers had dwindled to under 130,000. It could be seen how bitter this fight had been. This was the cruelty of cultivation. Even if you were talented, even if you were determined, even if you weren't afraid of dying, the heavenly Daos would ensure some were mercilessly eliminated no matter what. No one could change this reality. However, not one person had died in the Dragonblood Legion. Let alone deaths, none had even been injured yet. This showed just how terrifying the combat power of the Dragonblood Legion was. There was a giant gulf between them and the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. Dragonblood warriors, hear my orders. Switch to the defensive circular arc formation. Don't focus on killing more devil creatures. Conserve your energy and make sure you stay alive, ordered Long Chen. Boss, they still have plenty of energy. Isn't this too conservative? Asked Gu Yang. After all, the Dragonblood Legion had been completely transformed after using the Blood Essence Stone and Blood Soul Stone. Whether it was in terms of their physical bodies or their yuan spirits, they were completely different. Even the Dragonblood warriors themselves didn't know just how strong they were right now, and so they wanted a battle that would take their full power in order to test themselves. However, Long Chen had made them hold back their strength from the start. The huge tide of devil creatures had just made their eyes light up when he told them to focus on defense. This eruption is on a level beyond anyone's expectations. Each bit of power we can preserve is another trump card protecting our lives. When lives are compared to showing off, which one is more important? Demanded Long Chen. Sorry boss, it wasn't a show off, I know, don't worry about it, this will definitely be a bitter battle. In the end, you won't be able to hold back even if you want to. Fight steadily. Yes. Gu Yang rushed to the front of the battle, and his Empyrean manifestation appeared behind him. His spear unleashed a huge spear image that pierced through the devil creature army. Flesh and blood flew through the air. What shocked people was that Gu Yang's attack had lost effect. Before this, any devil creatures struck by his attack would instantly die. Gu Yang's attacks didn't cover a huge area, but because their power was concentrated, they were extremely powerful. However, now, only half of the devil creatures died. The other half were only injured. The devil creatures have gotten even stronger. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples couldn't help but feel fear. In all of history, there had never been a third eruption. The auras of these devil creatures sparked despair. Even the Empyreans felt afraid. Furthermore, looking up at the devil slaughter rankings projected in the air, they saw many names that flashed a few times and then dimmed. That meant that powerful heavenly geniuses were dying. Anyone capable of getting into the devil slaughter rankings was a top genius. Even experts like that were unable to keep themselves alive. For them to feel afraid was normal. The only thing that comforted them was that, from start to finish, Long Chen's expression was extremely calm. It was like everything was within his expectations. Furthermore, once Long Chen ordered a switch to a defensive formation, they felt even safer. Their confidence grew. Long Chen was like a mental pillar for them. As long as he was here, they would be fine. Following the third eruption, Meng Qi also went out to fight. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples had already taken a position of absolute defense and no longer needed her. Before this, Meng Qi's defense had been limited to any large number of devil creatures that broke through the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples' defense. In such a large-scale battle, even she was unable to look after each and every person. Now she no longer needed to look after them and went out to fight just like Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, Liu Ruyan, Cloud, Li Qi, and Song Minjuan. They were all skilled in long-range wide-area attacks. As they were all attacking their own regions, only a portion of the devil creatures was able to squeeze past the cracks between their attacks. Then they faced the defensive line of the Dragon Blood warriors. Only a few fish that escaped the net would be able to reach the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples. By that point, those disciples were easily able to kill them. "Boss, my ranking keeps falling," cried Xuanhuan, looking over at Long Chen. He had already dropped to rank 67. The fighting for the higher rankings was too vicious, and each of the experts was monstrous. 6 hours after the third eruption, Xuanhuan's name was being trampled. "You deserve it. Didn't I tell you the real fight started at the end? But you just had to show off early. If you had kept those things until now, first place would definitely be you," said Long Chen irritably. Xuanhuan's shrapnel bombs were killer, and Long Chen had told him to save them and rely on his sabers instead. There was no need to rush his showing off. However, Xuanhuan's heart had been itching, and seeing others show off, he hadn't been able to hold it any longer. He completely forgot Long Chen's instructions. These items that came from purgatory definitely had terrifying offensive power. However, their energy was not limitless. When those fragments stabbed through a person's body, it would cause immense pain, but each time they activated, it would cost some of their energy. Eventually, they would turn to scrap. Although the fragments had yet to turn to scrap, Xuanhuan had used them thousands of times now. Their effect was already greatly reduced. Now, each bomb would only kill a portion of the devil creatures caught in the center of the explosion. As for the fragments that flew in every direction, the devil creatures struck would just roar a bit and then keep going. So although Xuanhuan was still doing his best to indiscriminately bomb the devil creatures, his ranking continued to fall. It was falling so much that Xuanhuan was starting to question his life. As for Long Chen's ranking, he hadn't attacked again, so his first place ranking had already fallen to 23. After the third eruption, his ranking continued to tumble down. Xia Chen had taken back his first place on the Devil Slaughter rankings, holding steady with 5,300,000,000 kill points. Second was Dai Xin, with 4,800,000,000 kill points. He was putting in work with the third eruption. Third place was Zai Yan. Her attacks were truly terrifying. She was close to surpassing Dai Xin. Their kill points were less than 100 million apart. However, Mo Nian, Hu Feng, the Pill Fairy, and Yi Jikyu's names had fallen out of the top 10. They were completely replaced with experts from the central Xuan region. Long Chen was first startled, but then realized that these people were either comparatively low-key or had been preserving for their strength for a final burst. That, or they were like him, and needed to look after other experts, meaning they couldn't fight freely. After all, not everyone was like Dai Xin, simple-mindedly caring only about his ranking. "Boss, take a look, don't you think?" Xuanhuan suddenly smiled in a strange way. "Scram, are you starting to get itchy again? You've already finished your showing off, so you better behave now," warned Long Chen. "Boss, just look, not one of us is in the top 10. If you don't want me to use that, then you can just attack instead. Take back first place or you'll just be bored," cajoled Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan was truly powerful, but compared to the most powerful existences on the Devil Slaughter rankings, his mass-killing techniques were still lacking. Take Gu Yang, for example. He had killed so many devil creatures, but his name had yet to appear on the Devil Slaughter rankings at all. So Xuanhuan knew that if he didn't use some trump cards, he wouldn't be able to get into the top 10 again. However, Chen didn't let him use those trump cards. Killing these devil creatures one at a time was too slow. You want to get a high ranking this much? Chen suddenly eyed Xuanhuan. Of course, I'm fighting for the glory of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Dragon Blood Legion, and of course for you, said Xuanhuan solemnly. If your eyes weren't so wretched, I might believe you. We don't need you to fight for our glory, fight for yourself. I have a method that can allow you to quickly get in the top 10, but it might be a bit dangerous. Do you want to try it? In this world there is a responsibility, a duty that cannot be shirked. For the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Dragon Blood Legion for boss. Alright, is there any need to act like that when there aren't outsiders around? This might be a bit dangerous, but I feel like you shouldn't have a problem with your armor. However, you must promise me that unless your life is threatened, you won't use your trump cards to show off, warned Chen again. Yes, boss, Xuanhuan smiled excitedly. Come with me. Chen brought Xuanhuan through the sea of devil creatures. Golden flames were around him, setting anything that came close to him ablaze. However, these devil creatures didn't die and instead ran away from him. At the end where the spatial channel was, Chen came to a pause. Boss, are you going to unleash another big move? Xuanhuan looked at him excitedly. The devil creatures were the most concentrated here. If he could kill them all, he would definitely rise in ranking. Yes, I am. Summon your armor and activate its strongest defensive state. I'm going to unleash a big move. All right. Xuanhuan directly summoned divine runes that revolved around his golden armor, protecting him. Prepare yourself, here comes my big move. Chen ruthlessly kicked Xuanhuan in the butt. Xuanhuan yelped as Chen's kick sent him flying into the spatial channel. Chapter 1696 Xuanhuan's Distress. Translator born to be. What the fuck, boss, you conned me? Xuanhuan let out a startled cry, not having expected Chen to suddenly kick him into the spatial channel. When he passed through the opening, he immediately felt like millions of giant mountains were crushing him from every direction. Xuanhuan hastily sent more energy to his protective runes, but he still felt that terrifying pressure. This channel was supposed to be a one-way street. The reason it had been done like that was to maximize the channel's strength. A one-way channel was 10 times more stable than one that went both ways. Although magical arts could go through, physical bodies couldn't. Furthermore, even magical arts couldn't be used so easily. It would consume a terrifying amount of spiritual strength to send them through without them weakening from the pressure of the channel. Chen's previous attacks, especially the 9-star beads, had taken up a huge amount of his spiritual strength to send through the channel. This kind of consumption was too much. To make sure a magical art's power didn't drop while going through this long, crushing channel was too much for him to do repeatedly. If he did, it would affect his combat power, so he hadn't added any more attacks after the 9-star beads. Even with his powerful physical body, he didn't dare to test going in. However, Xuanhuan was different. He had his armor protecting him. Even if he didn't succeed, he would at most be injured. He would run as soon as he felt his armor was at its limit. However, if he succeeded, Chen knew Xuanhuan far too well. This risk was definitely worth it. Xuanhuan coughed up blood despite his powerful golden armor and his body having been upgraded by the blood essence stone. Just as he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer and was preparing to turn back, he saw that he wasn't far from the exit on the other side. There were blood-colored devil creatures packed there. This variety hasn't appeared outside yet. They must be worth a lot of kill points. Fuck, I'm risking it. This suffering will definitely lead to some amazing posing. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. Certain pieces of his armor on his butt lifted up and fierce flames spat out of them. He shot out like a cannonball. The closer he got, the greater the spatial pressure grew. He repeatedly coughed up blood, but he stubbornly persevered. This channel was extremely strange. Going with the flow was easy, but going against it brought with it an incredible amount of pressure. Xuanhuan, what makes you so brave? What makes you risk your life to advance? What is your motivation? I'll tell you, it's showing off, showing off, showing off. I want to make sure the entire world remembers my name. Xuanhuan roared, refusing to give up even as his armor began to distort, and cracks appeared in his shoulder blades. Suddenly, with an explosive sound, he reached the end. The terrifying pressure instantly vanished. He was delighted to see that the devil creatures were packed at a greater density than on the other side. They were crazily attacking the border of the spatial channel, wanting to break its defensive runes. Each time one of its defensive runes shattered, the channel would grow a bit larger, and more of the devil creatures would charge through. Only once he was through did he see a bunch of blood-colored humanoids. They looked the same size as humans as well. Their bodies were covered in blood runes. They had large claws and were attacking the channel with immense power. Those devil creatures immediately erupted into furious roars when they saw Xuanhuan appear. Explode! Seeing so many devil creatures charging at him, Xuanhuan was shocked and immediately tossed out hundreds of bombs. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out, blowing the devil creatures to blood mist. At the same time, fragments flew out in every direction. When those fragments pierced the blood-colored humanoids, they let out howls and fell to the ground. Fuck, what did I just do? These fragments are so powerful, just kill me now. Xuanhuan had tossed out hundreds of the bombs that Chen had told him to keep as trump cards to protect their lives. Originally, he had made over 8,000 of these bombs. According to Chen's instructions, he was supposed to keep at least 3,000 for the worst-case scenario. However, while he had been showing off, he had forgotten about those instructions. By the time he had remembered, he had only had 500 some left. The other bombs had been used repeatedly. Hence, they had lost all their killing power. Now, Xuanhuan was using half of the precious fresh bombs that hadn't been used yet, and their power was so immense that all the devil creatures around him were killed. That wasted killing power made Xuanhuan want to weep. How could you not listen to boss? Xuanhuan, you really are a pig, cursed Xuanhuan. If he had kept his bombs for now, wouldn't he easily take first place? He glanced at his jade plate and let out a painful howl that was even more pain than those devil creatures. With this one attack, he had taken 9th place. This channel had a strange ability to distinguish the power of the devil creatures. The stronger species needed to wait until their attacks weakened the channel to get through it. This kind of step-by-step increase in power had been designed by the ancient experts of the human race who had left a buffer for their descendants. This allowed their descendants to train without making the devil abyss too dangerous. That was the original intent of the experts that had created this channel. As for how the formations were able to distinguish the combat power of these devil creatures, outsiders didn't know. The wisdom of the ancients wasn't something people of the current era could comprehend. Others were still handling the ones that got through the channel, but now Xuanhuan had been tossed into the source and was crazily killing the devil creatures. More bombs flew out of him. He was constantly gathering the fragments and making new bombs. These bombs had 2 layers, with the outer layer preventing outside forces from destroying them. They were simple in design, and it only took a few seconds to pack an empty bomb with fragments. Yet the endless tide of devil creatures here poured toward him. Sometimes, he didn't have time to throw a bomb and was struck by an attack from those blood-colored humanoids. What shocked Xuanhuan was that their sharp claws contained even greater power than a rank 9 celestial, and he couldn't allow their attacks to indiscriminately land on him. Most shocking of all was that their claws, despite not managing to penetrate his armor, left behind long marks on it. This armor was made of the best ancestral item material and was composed of multiple ancestral items. It could be said that it was the strongest armor at the ancestral item level. It could even block an attack from a quasi-divine item. Ordinary ancestral items wouldn't even be able to leave a mark on his armor. However, these creatures' claws they were shockingly powerful. Come, have a taste of how amazing your daddy Xuanhuan is. Xuanhuan didn't dare to be careless. He increased his speed, dodging and weaving within this limited space, constantly unleashing his bombs. Seeing his kill points rapidly rising, he was extremely motivated. Chen, on the other side, saw that Xuanhuan had made it through. He sighed with relief. Going over there was difficult, but coming back was easy. Xuanhuan could return whenever he wanted. Chen, where did you send Xuanhuan? Seeing Chen return when he and Xuanhuan had mysteriously charged away, Meng Qi asked him curiously. Xuanhuan's ranking was rapidly rising. I sent him somewhere he can profit. Let him show off as much as he wants there. Conveniently, he can be a sentry for us, laughed Chen. Xuanhuan was fighting intensely, while the fight on the outside was just as intense. However, the forts were like solid boulders, and no matter how many devil creatures appeared, they were unable to break the forts. Third, Xuanhuan's amazing. Guyang let out a startled cry. It had only been a moment, but Xuanhuan had reached 3rd on the devil slaughter rankings. By this point, rising in ranking was difficult as the devil creatures were growing incredibly powerful. Wanting to kill a huge number of them in one blow was growing increasingly difficult. Second, after 4 hours, Li Qi also let out a startled cry as Gu Ran's name surpassed Dai Zin's. On the 14th hour, Gu Ran took first place. The Dragonblood Legion cheered. Not only had Long Chen taken first, but even Gu Ran had done so. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples also cheered. Long Chen and Gu Ran took first place like they were just messing around. Within this world filled with slaughter as well as heroic ideology, their actions were especially shocking. To be able to fight alongside such peerless experts, what was there to be afraid of? What was there to fear? First place, but I want to die. Gu Ran was howling with grief as he dodged the devil creature's attacks. His heart was in pain. He had now taken first place, but as he used the fragments over and over again, their effect continued to drop. Their killing power was greatly reduced now. Gu Ran was filled with regret. If he hadn't wasted so many before and had instead unleashed them here, he would have far surpassed everyone else. He wouldn't even be able to see them behind him. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When the bombs lost all effect, he would only be able to fight with his dual sabers. Boom! Suddenly, space shook violently. A group of black figures appeared, causing Gu Ran's expression to change.